public comment. Is there anybody who wishes to approach the council for anything that is not on the agenda? Okay.
Just for clarity, Mayor, is Kirk here? Is Kirk Johnson here?
No.
Okay.
I think when he said his name, he meant he was not.
I was just running through the list of roll call.
Right, and then because we didn't hear Ross and we didn't hear Kirk, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing him on Zoom. That was
Okay. Consent agenda.
Item A, minutes of the June 6th, 2022 regular meeting, June 8th, 2022 work session, and June 9th, 2022 work session. Item B, claims. Item C, reappointment of Mark Mugley, Adrienne Caffeine, and Judy Vanderlinden to Historic Preservation Commission. Item D, reappointment of Jared Walter to the Telecommunications Board. Item E, renewal of Class C liquor license with outdoor and Sunday sales for Luther College Baker Commons. Item F, renewal Class C liquor license with outdoor and Sunday sales for Luther College Doll Centennial Union. Item G, new Class C beer with outdoor service for Water Street Deli. Item H, new Class C liquor license with outdoor service for Nordic Fest. Item I, renewal of Class C liquor license with Class B wine permit, Class C beer permit and Sunday sales for Casey Store 1591. Item J, amendment of Class E liquor license with Class B wine permit, Class C beer permit and Sunday sales for Casey Store 1591, owner update. And item K, Vesterheim special permit, July 7th, 2022.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
second.
Motion by Olson, seconded by Neal. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Olson,
Aye.
Neal,
Aye.
Chisel, Luce,
Aye.
Zittergruen,
Aye.
Hadley.
Aye.
Consider approval of site plan for Bluffside Gardens. Want to give background on that, please?
Yes, so the city code requires council approval of a site plan after P&Z's recommendation that did pass through P&Z, recommended for approval. Currently, the site plan does not show a public sidewalk in the boulevard because the current property owner had been assessed for sidewalks installed on the opposite side of Park Street. We did confirm that an assessment was done for the sidewalks on the opposite side of this development. However, that does not prohibit a sidewalk to be a requirement of the site plan. 8 items are noted in the engineer's site plan review letter, with 4 being recommended as contingencies. 1, applicant needs to, be the legal owner starting the project. 2, no signs are shown on the site plan. Signs must be reviewed and approved by the zoning administrator. 3, applicant should submit a right-of-way work permit prior to performing any work in the right-of-way. And 4, applicant must obtain an NPDES general permit. That's for the stormwater side from the IDNR, and provide a copy to the city and submit a copy of the record drawings for the installed stormwater practices within 30 days of completion.
Yeah, the discussion at P&Z.
Pretty minimal, to be honest. Discussion, it's a unique property. The topography terrain can be challenging. And so Greg or Jeremy, anything else you guys want to weigh in on? But the discussion was pretty light.
One question I had that I didn't hear a lot about, and which council usually asks, is about the sidewalks. I know you mentioned it here. Can you explain further on that? Would there be possibly, should there be sidewalks at some point?
Okay, so council can, again, they're not shown on the site plan. The applicant is not showing them and did not put them because the current property owners were assessed partially for the sidewalk on the opposite side. This is similar to the conversation that the council had prior to my arrival on the Bruning subdivision on requiring just one side of the streets to have sidewalks installed and assess both properties across from each other for the cost of one sidewalk installation. That's what it appears to have been done on Park Street in 2009. But that does not prohibit, as part of a site plan, for the council to say, we want a sidewalk on Park Street on that side.
And that would be done at this time if they wanted that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And was there some conversation about attempting to tie that in with bike?
I believe internally there's been some conversations about the lower portion,
okay,
not on Park Street, but more along the highway there, on how to work on tying in a trail headed over to Culver's area.
You had any comments from outside of?
No.
Who maintains the sidewalk on Park Street right now? Does the city maintain
I
that?
believe we do, don't we?
Or is it just
Jeremy, are
sitting
you
there?
on? I'm trying to remember
Yep,
if it's we
sorry.
maintain it or it doesn't get maintained, and we've received comments on that.
Yeah, we do not maintain it. We expect the adjacent property owner to maintain it. I know it's come up with grass clippings before has been the primary issue. We do have, of course, we maintain the sidewalk farther up in front of our storage tanks. But I do not, I'd have to check to be sure, but I'm almost positive we don't maintain this portion of sidewalk.
Are we requesting that they put a sidewalk on this site plan? Is that what we're requesting here?
It's not on there at this time.
Okay.
But if the council wants to do so, now would be
Okay.
the time.
I guess I would be against putting a sidewalk there. I walk that area quite often on the other side of the street. I've never met another person ever walking up there. And if we put a sidewalk on this particular piece of property, we're going to end up again with a sidewalk to nowhere. There doesn't start a sidewalk on that side of the street till you get to the, I believe it's the 700 block of Park Street, which is up over the top of the hill. So we're going to end up with a sidewalk that just ends somewhere out in the middle of nowhere and serves no purpose really.
Yeah, you all know that when there's a chance to talk about sidewalks, I'm all about talking about sidewalks. I kind of agree with some of Kirsten's assessments that, you know, when I've run up and down that road, I never encounter pedestrian traffic. This development, I suspect, will change that to some extent. If it proceeds, there will be maybe more pedestrian traffic, maybe more bicycle traffic, but it is not a busy road. It's a really steep road. And so until, I mean, I guess for me, I'd like to know that I'd like to advise the developer, and just disclosure, Brent's a buddy of mine, but I'd like to see a site plan that allowed for sidewalks in the future if traffic patterns changed and you know, we decided to enforce the ordinance. But I see no reason to require it as part of the site plan approval.
If we don't require them now, does the city have any ability to require them later? I mean, my understanding is we can tell anybody to put a sidewalk in because it is actually the city ordinance.
That's correct. So you can, the enforcement mechanism isn't necessarily there.
I mean, it's very hard to disagree with the mailman. I will not lie on sidewalks. And I can see the drawbacks, but I also recognize that this is the most inaccessible part of town to walking and biking. It is very difficult, like even trying to get to the trail. Like you kind of want to, you wish there was a way to get to the trail from there, or you wish that there was a better way to get across the highway from there. And so it's, to me, it's kind of got to start somewhere. Like we got to start putting in more walkable, bikeable access somewhere. But again, it's really hard to disagree with the mailman. So.
Yeah, Emily, I agree, but it seems to me that this place is remarkably well served by sidewalk infrastructure compared to almost every other area of Decorah. In that there's a full length sidewalk across the street.
Right, but what I'm saying is that full length sidewalk across the street then ends, and then there's no sidewalk, no sidewalk, no sidewalk, then sidewalk, and then the sidewalks on the other side of the street. I mean, that whole, it's the Bruning Edition problem, right? That whole area has essentially segmented sidewalks. And at some point they need to be contiguous. So,
well, and isn't that full sidewalk from Bruning's down to the highway, that is full sidewalk on the other side.
Correct. That is a
Yeah.
full sidewalk going down on
Yeah.
that side.
Yeah.
Once you get to the top of the hill, then there's a couple lots there that do not have a sidewalk on them, but
But if, okay, I'll just throw this out, since like Kirsten said, it would end in a few,
right.
as the development continues.
Randy, could you turn on your mic, please?
Okay, as the development continues up the hill, when it fills in, can we make a motion to approve this? But as development continues, they would be required to put a sidewalk as we connect over the top of the hill through the other developments going up and over.
As the potential phase 2 part of
Yes.
of their
Yeah,
project.
when they connect to the next developed property up on top of the hill there. I don't know who owns the house now.
Because that would connect to a sidewalk that's there.
No, there is no sidewalk on that side of
That would
right.
be a reason then to continue the project on down that side of the hill. So if anybody wanted to get down here, they wouldn't have to be crossing the road.
Randy, you bring up a good point that there is a phase 2 on this thing planned, and that will give us another opportunity to make this thing happen if it seems right that it does.
Does it come back to us for phase 2?
Yeah, as the project's been
Sure.
discussed with us, this would have a second site plan.
Are the beige drawings on the site master plan internal sidewalks?
Correct. Yeah, those are not public infrastructure.
So my understanding, phase 1 doesn't hit that bluff section, right? I just drove the property before and I was kind of trying to figure out exactly where the phase 1 hit. But does phase 1 hit that part that's in the bluff?
No, by the looks of it here,
Yeah.
Park Street runs along going east and west. And then it makes another jog to go up the hill, and this doesn't show it extending where it starts to go up the hill further up there. So you're gonna have a long stretch up the top.
And
Okay.
that's the
Beyond phase 2.
That's the section that I was talking about where it turns and goes up the hill.
Right.
When that property is developed,
If-
because then we would be up to the housing addition and then we would need to get sidewalks extended down for those residents.
Is that property being planned on being developed at this time?
I don't know, but.
I mean, this one is sat vacant for 70 years or so, at least. Anyway, I don't want to get bogged down.
No, I don't either. My only question is, so just to reiterate, we will for phase 2, because I had questions about the actual bluff on phase 2, but we don't need to worry about that for phase 1, and I should talk about it on phase 2. Is that
Correct.
reasonable? Okay.
And I saw a lot of nodding that this phase does not reach as far east as the bluff. And
Right.
Okay.
I would move for approval. of the
Second.
Site plan.
Moved by Chisel, seconded by Zittergruen. Any further discussion?
Just more general comments on the site plan. I think it's great that we're developing that someone is developing a very hard to develop piece of land in a way that I think will do something to address Decorah's housing shortage, because this seems like it'll be in competition with some of the short-term vacation rentals. And it does it at a junction where it's going to provide people visiting Decorah with connections to our bike trail. I mean, that would be a pretty unique feature of this property. So I'm actually, I think it's exciting for a lot of, checks a lot of boxes for me.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Chisel,
Aye.
Zittergruen.
Aye.
Neal.
Aye.
Olson,
Aye.
Luce,
Aye.
Hadley.
Aye.
Consider approval police officer training reimbursement contract. Can I get some background on that?
Yes,
Please.
so included in the packet is what we're proposing as a template. The city already has a template agreement that all new police officers that come on board that we have to send to the law enforcement academy. We already have a template that all those officers sign, but it was missing some language that the FLSA requires that they are at least compensated minimum wage. I know that sounds silly that it's a hiccup for us, but if an officer leaves within that first year, they're required to repay the city 100% of the cost for their training. You can't do that. You have to at least provide them minimum wage for the hours they worked for you, which includes their training. So we added that language in there that spells out, except for what's required by the FLSA. There is the other substantial change in there is the current template is a 4-year prorated, so 175, 50, 25. We are proposing a 5-year prorated, so converting to 180, 60, 40, 20.
Have we enforced these provisions before?
Yes.
So this is okay. I was curious if we had a mechanism like this.
The most recent one, we did have to, I don't think we actually had, I think we were still good. We didn't have to manually include but it's been an item that's been considered, but never actually in the contract.
Travis, can you explain the fee schedule? I know you said FSLA, but I'm confused. What rate are we using as the payback mechanism?
So it's their hourly rate of pay plus travel expenses plus equipping, everything associated with that individual officer's training. You can't do overtime for another officer to cover shift while they're at training. You can't require anything like that. But where this really comes into play is in that first year, if an officer leaves and they are supposed to, per the contract, repay 100% of their training costs, you have to exclude minimum what they would have earned from federal minimum wage.
Okay, so my question, just to clarify then, their time prior to certification at the academy is based on a minimum wage scale.
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, that deduction is based on minimum wage. If I want to make sure I'm understanding.
So Joe candidate are going through the academy. We have to pay them for that time. Is that what we're saying here?
Correct.
Okay. And that time basis is minimum wage, federal minimum wage plus mileage and whatever.
When we're calculating what they get to keep as part of the reimbursement, they are getting paid per the union contract. They have a non-union rate, or excuse me, not non-union, non-certified rate as part of the union contract that they are paid until they get certified. And then we subtract the fair labor standard, the minimum wage from that. And that's what we collect back.
The difference.
The difference. Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Now it is clear.
Yep. Thank you.
I'd move acceptance of the training reimbursement fund.
Second.
Motion made by Lou, seconded. No, yeah. Motion made by Lou, seconded by Kristen. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call.
Luce.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Zittergruen.
Aye.
Hadley.
Aye.
Chisel. Neal.
Aye.
Consider resolution approving Vesterheim funding request grant.
Okay, so I did receive a communication from Vesterheim that they were interested in applying for the community attraction and tourism. Thank you, Randy. The CAT grant application. And to bolster that application, they're requesting additional participation from both the city and county of $5,000 per year for 2 years. They would then include that in their grant application for the Vesterheim Commons project. In my communication, there was an indication based on previous emails that the council had some level of discussion of this in January or so of 2021, but minutes didn't reflect anything. It looked like it was just brought up in maybe the manager's report or other matters.
Have you identified any potential funding mechanisms, or where was this in there?
So if the council wanted to participate, I think this would be a good use of the hotel motel revenues set aside by council.
Hadley will make a motion to partner with Vesterheim on the CAT grant at the level of $5,000 with the understanding that it comes from hotel motel unrestricted funds.
Do you mean that per year for 2 years, Ross?
Yes.
Lewis would second.
I think it's important that we support the complex.
Motion made by Hadley, seconded by Luce. Any further discussion?
I'd just like to, sort of point out, this is one of the things I like to point out, that when the county government supports something that already is Decorah resident taxpayers supporting it, the county, about a quarter of the county's tax base is in this city. And so, like if you wanted to break it down by non-Decorah residents and Decorah residents are on the hook for $12,500, and residents outside of Decorah in the county are on the hook for $7,500 under this proposed arrangement. And I just want to bring general awareness, because I think sometimes it's lost sight of that, that when the county spends money, they're spending everyone in the county's money, and that includes Decorah residents' money.
Well, and just to clarify, Steve, they'd only be on the hook for the county's portion of it, because we're using hotel motel. So we're capturing visitor revenue. So the Decorah residents are on the hook for some, but not the full 12.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Hadley,
Aye.
Luce,
Aye.
Zittergruen,
Aye.
Chisel,
Aye.
Neal,
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Motion carried. Consider resolution setting a public hearing for the 2022 Pleasant Avenue Improvement Project.
Okay, Jeremy's online for additional questions if those come up, but again, this resolution is just setting a public hearing. It's not a ward approving plans, but Pleasant Avenue, the repairs or flat out replacement was such that the scope was big enough. Let's have it be its own standalone project, not incorporate into the 2022 street improvement project plans. So this is a standalone. It was part of the street plan for this year, but it's a standalone project just for tracking purposes.
So it's not because the budget got bigger than the plan we thought?
Correct. No, it's,
okay.
We're not that lucky.
Not that lucky.
Jeremy, did you have anything that you'd want to add to that?
Nope, not unless there are any questions.
Hadley will make a motion setting a public hearing for the July, was it 20th?
5th.
Meeting?
Which one, Roth?
July.
Was it July 20th? Is that the
19th, maybe? Or no, yeah, 18th.
18th. All right.
Correct, 18th.
Neal, second.
Motion made by Hadley, seconded by Neal. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call.
Hadley,
Aye.
Neal,
Aye.
Zittergruen,
Aye.
Chisel,
Aye.
Olson,
Aye.
Luce.
Aye.
Motion carried. Consider resolution approving final plat for Brenton's subdivision, Bluffside Gardens. That's another additional one for that.
Yes, so this is an additional action on the Bluffside Gardens. It's going to be it's a little irregular than our traditional platting process. So our code requires that anytime a parcel is split into 3 or more parcels, it needs to go through the subdivision process. What our code doesn't specify is a requirement of state code that goes on and says through repeated divisions. So if I split a parcel into 2 parcels, our city code and state code would say, that's fine, go ahead, do what you want. But where our code doesn't fully explain what state code requires is the moment I take that second one of those 2 parcels that I just split and want to split it again, state code says that has to go through a subdivision process. Our city code is silent on it. And so the parcels that the applicant is wishing to split has been split several times. That's noticed by the legal description of lot 1, of 2, of 1, of 1, of ... So what this process is trying to accomplish is allowing for a parcel split. Typically a subdivision and final plat would show public improvements, street infrastructure, underground infrastructure. That's not what this is trying to accomplish, but it's the process.
But does it put us on the hook for those infrastructure as part of, if we're adopting it as part of a subdivision code.
Right. No, we would not be accepting any infrastructure as part of this provision, nor are there any easements, alleys, nothing's platted as part of public infrastructure.
Okay.
But if we allow them to split, do we have to? We would still have to vote. Is that what you're asking?
I couldn't hear you, Emily. Sorry.
No, I might be misunderstanding what I thought you were asking, right? Are you asking that if they split and to subdivide, then are we required to?
Right. My question was, if this is running through the subdivision review process, if they meet other portions of the code, does this put us on the hook for any future infrastructure requirements that may happen in any further splits that we're not reviewing now? Are we encumbering ourselves in any way?
I think I see what you're saying, Ross. So let's say, so the site plan's already been approved for phase one, which is the first, we'll call it the first half of the split.
Right.
Let's say phase two doesn't look like phase one. It's actually a series of tiny homes that they condo off for sale. And now you've got individual single family residences that need
exactly
a main that does not obligate us nor the applicant to put in any kind of public infrastructure, because right now there is a water main along Park Street that suffices the two lots. Like there's connections that are possible within the existing lots, but should a future subdivision come back, that would have to be a consideration at that time of the public infrastructure requirements.
Okay.
Did I answer that clearly enough for everyone? Okay.
I don't believe we have a motion yet.
I'll make that motion to approve.
I'll second.
Motion made by Chisel, seconded by Neal. Further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Chisel?
Aye.
Neal?
Aye.
Hadley?
Aye.
Olson?
Aye.
Luce?
Aye.
Zittergruen?
Aye.
Motion carried. Thank you very much. That'll be really fun to watch as it goes up and to showcase once you get it all done. And like if you live in town, you could still go up and stay there, right? Okay, thank you. All right. Consider ordinance on conditional rezoning for Prairie Lights Church, third reading. Could you get background on that, including the past votes, please?
So John and I were briefly noting over here, we do believe it's fair to note for everyone in the room, applicant, council as well, that based on the way previous votes have gone, that if the council moves forward with the reading tonight and does not wish to table, then assuming the same voting pattern of all the council members, it's a 3-3 vote, which would result in a fail of the third reading of this ordinance, and it cannot be considered for 1 year. So starting out with that. So the other background, rest of the background, I believe everyone's up to speed on why we are where we're at today. Council first had a request for rezoning that made it through P&Z with a favorable recommendation to rezone from C5 to R3 multifamily. When it made it to council, council had some discussions. The applicant then opted to withdraw, pursued a Board of Adjustment special use permit. At that time, the special use permit was denied. So then the applicant came back with a conditional rezoning request that, for lack of a better, it achieves the same thing as a special use permit, where it would allow them to use the property as a church, but then should they sell the property or stop using it as a church, it would then revert back to the C5 original zoning. It has passed 4-3, or excuse me, it passed first through planning and zoning with a favorable recommendation. Council has passed the first and second reading 4-3. We do also have a conditional rezoning agreement, which is required prior to the council passing this third and final reading, should that move forward.
Obviously, this has been an issue that we've dealt with for a long time. There's definitely considerations as far as what move to take. So please consider the past votes as well. I guess that's what I would say. I think
If we consider our past votes,
I know
we would not vote unless we just want to see it go down. I will put a motion forth to table and before the full council, just because of the potential vote pattern.
Well,
Second.
aren't you then essentially?
Just a minute. Motion made by Hadley, seconded by Chisel to table it, considering the full council vote. Is that correct?
Yeah, just because of the vote required to not have it be a deal killer on a tie.
This is sort of.
This is.
Are we sure it's going to be a tie?
Yeah. Well, first of all, your table might be a tie, right? If you're assuming that.
Well, this vote might be a tie.
Right.
So, I mean.
This is extraordinary. I'm sorry. I need a moment.
It is. Okay, one question would be is if the table is a tie, then what do you do?
Council moves forward with the vote.
Third reading.
I understand.
Motion,
then it would go on to another third reading at another reading.
if the motion passes,
okay,
it would move on for the third.
I understand.
May I ask a question about procedure then? If the motion to fail were to, if the motion to table were to fail, and then, I mean, does it have to come to the, if no one moves it, would it then fail just be for lack of action on it? Is that how that works, right? Okay, thank you.
And then if it fails for lack of action, they can't come back for a year.
Correct.
All right, well, just to keep looking forward, if that happens, I'll figure out a way to make it a permanent rezoning. I mean, like, like this isn't going to be, I think this is the best bet. I personally would like to see the whole council involved in this one since it's been a close vote. I can appreciate that this is kind of how democracy works. People who show up get to make decisions, but I also think that we should extend to Kirk a little bit of courtesy and let him be part of this important decision.
Wouldn't Kirk have known this important decision was happening tonight? And Kirk's been on council for many, many, many years. He knows the ramification of not being here. I also have a whole bunch of residents to answer to who don't want to see this church happen. And I sit here and I certainly.
It's a procedural, this is not politics, this is procedural. So I think we've got a call to table. We can vote on that. And then what happens, we can go from there, right?
Right, but it is politics, Ross. I mean, we want to say it's just procedure. If it's procedural, we would have just taken the vote and the vote would be as it was. And the missing yes vote is not here. So I think it's disingenuous to say it's not political in the realm of, we know the ramifications for our votes, right? I've been pretty clear how against I am of this church. And I would have worked just as hard to persuade people not to vote for it again this time, hoping that someone would change their mind. But
all right,
I also don't want to see it go down this way. That I feel bad that the representation isn't here, that Kirk represents. But
I could not remember back if he said he was going to be on vacation.
I feel like we made this meeting specifically for him to be here.
At any rate, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion? We're clear on what the motion is. To table. Roll call.
Hadley.
Aye.
Chisel. Aye. Neal.
No.
Olson,
No.
Luce,
No.
Zittergren.
Aye.
Tie. Is that correct? Did you say?
3-3.
3-3. What's the process?
Motion in the affirmative, correct?
Goes back to the reading.
Yeah, so now we're back on the actual action item.
Okay.
And so as a reminder, we would encourage council, even if your vote is no, still make a motion in the affirmative. As a reminder, make a motion in the affirmative, not as a denial.
I'd move the third reading of the. Is that affirmative enough?
So if it's not a tie, would the losing side be able to bring it back?
Within
Randy,
the
can you use
next-
your mic? We can't hear you.
The question was
If it's not a tie, would the prevailing side be able to bring it back at the next meeting?
and it's the prevailing side within the next 2 meetings, if I remember correctly. You got the rules there.
That's confusing.
So I'll just read.
So if it's a tie, we had this, I swear we had this exact same discussion the first time.
I'll just read the rule from your city council rules of procedure. Motion to reconsider. Who may make a motion to reconsider? A member who voted with the majority may move for a reconsideration of an action. Any member of the council may second the motion. In the event of a tie vote on an action, any member may move for reconsideration. And then for timing, it says a motion to reconsider must be made at either the meeting where the action was first voted upon or the next regular meeting that occurs at least 1 week after the date the action was taken, or the second regular meeting that occurs after the date the action was taken. So
the
yeah.
problem I see is it says the majority that
it does, but then it goes on to say, in the event of a tie vote on an action, any member may move for reconsideration.
So it seems like anyone can bring it back.
Yeah, yeah.
And would that be bringing it back at this meeting again or at the next?
Yeah, a motion to reconsider can be made at the meeting that it was first voted upon. That's the first option, right?
so let's say Kirk shows up at 5:45.
Somebody could make a motion to reconsider.
It's not on our agenda.
Well, but
It's on the 4 o'clock agenda. And it can be reconsidered at this meeting.
So it could be reconsidered at this meeting. So we could have reconsidered the lights on the bridge. Just, you know.
At the same meeting or this one or, yeah.
yeah.
Is that right, though, John?
I'm sorry.
A week after this, at least.
Yeah.
For the next meeting would have to be at least a week after this one.
Correct. The next regular meeting, so it would be the first one in July. I think that at least 1 week is there in case there was a special meeting.
In terms of order of business, did Randy make a motion? I don't think there was a second, or was there a
I
second?
think Steve made the motion.
So if
Okay.
it's tied 3-3, 2 of the yays could bring it back also.
It just takes one.
Just one person.
So basically anybody could bring it back.
So
If it's a
tied-
tied vote, if
so
it's a tie.
even the yays can bring it back, not just the nays.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, because it's a tie.
I'll second the motion then.
Okay, so Luce made the motion, Chiseled second. Will you read the motion just to make sure, please?
Motion to approve the third and final reading of conditional rezoning for Prairie Lakes Church.
Okay,
Correct? Motion in the affirmative.
okay, we've had discussion, roll call.
Luce,
No.
Chisel,
Aye.
Neal,
No.
Olson,
No.
Zittergren.
Aye.
Hadley.
Aye.
Okay. Now what?
Now, next item.
We could
Was
put
that
it
a
on the
tie?
next
That was a, is that a tie vote?
Do we have to do that now?
Okay.
Or-
What can they motion for? They can't do that yet though, right?
Well, I mean, you could, but
I
I
got
don't
it.
think you don't want to today. I would think you would follow the council procedures of how to get an item back on the
Okay.
agenda. And isn't that two
And a
council
motion-
members?
A motion to reconsider is also a vote, right? So he'd need a vote.
Right, right. So you get it, you'd have it on the agenda, but then still, I mean,
Okay.
again, in this case, anybody can bring it back. If it was really defeated by a majority, somebody in the majority would have to
So
bring it back.
council people can bring it back, to put it on the agenda for the July. Okay. Okay. Consider ordinance amending chapter 15.04 regarding C3 design criteria, second reading.
Okay, so this is again, second reading. At the last meeting, there was discussion on the whereases and it did advance as drafted. The whereases, they don't become part of ordinance. They don't become part of code. They're not applicable in code. They're just kind of memorialize why decisions were made. And so current code states that a variance from C3 design criteria is granted by Planning and Zoning Commission, the city council. That's a direct quote. So it's ambiguous there, but the point's moot. Board of Adjustment is the only one that can grant a variance. So this ordinance makes that change and gives that authority to the Board of Adjustment as required by state code.
I'd move the second reading.
Second.
Motion made by Luce, seconded by Zittigran to accept the second reading. Discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Luce,
Aye.
Zittergruen,
Aye.
Olson,
Aye.
Hadley,
Aye.
Jizzle,
Aye.
Neal.
Move to waive the third reading and approve.
Second.
Luce made a motion to waive the third reading and approve, seconded by Zittigran. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Luce,
Aye.
Zittergruen,
Aye.
Hadley,
Aye.
Jizzle,
Aye.
Neal,
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Motion carried and ordinance approved. Considering an ordinance increasing water rates, first reading.
Okay, I'm sure everyone's saying we just did this. Yes, we did. We talked about on the water rate side, 8%. 8% is what we kept talking about. And 8%, I believe, is what council approved. However, the ordinance that as it was drafted was not 8%. It was actually less than that. The 8% was applied to the fiscal 21 rates in the drafted ordinance. So what's been discussed at every council meeting wasn't in actuality what was in the ordinance that council approved before. So this is slightly time sensitive because that ordinance would go into effect July 1 billing cycle. If council chooses to approve these ordinances, which are drafted based on the 8% and 4% on the sewer side later, which was discussed in budget work session, and those figures used in the budget itself that was approved by council. If council does not waive the second and third readings, the first set of rates that were approved will be applied for that first billing cycle in July. And by the time the second and third readings are done, the new slightly higher rate, which is actually 8% and 4% as discussed, will then trigger in August. And we bill quarterly, so you'll have a quarter of the town have a slightly slower rate or slightly less rate, and then the other quarters applied afterwards.
I'd move to amend 1320 water rates.
You want to waive the second, third?
We got to do
Oh,
it
you
one at a
can't
time.
do
Oh, we
that.
can't do
You
that.
have to
Okay.
the First.
Okay.
And we don't know how the vote will go.
Sure. Second.
Motion made by Luce, seconded by Olson for the first reading of the corrected water rates. Any discussion?
What is the total amount we're talking about in terms of budget impact? I mean, are we talking thousands, tens of thousands?
Of the city cumulative for
Yeah.
fiscal 23.
If it's,
I don't know what that would be off the
if
top of
it's,
my
I
head.
mean, the rates didn't go up that much from fiscal 21 to 22, and 8% of that difference, if it doesn't end up being a very large number, I just wonder if we should live with what we've passed. I'm just saying, like, if this is like going to result in $5,000 more income to the city, is it worth going through, a whole nother news cycle of council raise the rates again? Do we have any way of knowing what that total is?
That has not been figured out, but the council has already passed the 4% and the 8%. I guess how I'm looking at it is that it's correcting the language to match what was passed in the ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
So was it a publication error?
No, it was a drafting error.
Is there some, I don't want to air out any particular member of staff or anything like that. And frankly, there's also 7-8 people up here who maybe could have caught it too. But I would like to be assured that that some sort of step has been taken to ensure that a similar occurrence, that there's another layer of protection in place. Mm-hmm. Is there?
I have.
Okay, thank you. Because obviously this is bad. It's not pleasant to go through this again.
Because essentially with the current, as things are, we essentially raised the rates like 7 point, I think you had it somewhere, 6-8%. Is that right?
If you compound it, it's got to be in somewhere in there.
Right. Okay. So we're just making it a whole round number.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Luce.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Zittergruen.
Aye.
Hadley.
Aye.
Jizzle. Neal.
Aye.
Everyone, right?
So that we will have a second reading on.
Oh,
Move to second, to waive the second and third reading.
Wait just a minute.
He can. It takes 6 out of the 7 council members.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
right, but we could reconsider later if Kirk shows up. Is that accurate?
I don't think you could on this one.
If we keep reconsidering, that seems very disingenuous to sort of like council rules and procedures. I will say, like, we didn't like how that vote went. Let's reconsider.
And in this scenario, the only one that could bring it back for reconsideration would be Randy, because this is not a tie. And
Unless I voted against it. I mean, I can vote against waiving the reading, and then
you're right. Yeah. Anyone that votes with the majority could bring it up for reconsideration.
with the winning
but then
side.
Does it?
Is that accurate?
And then it's in the majority to reconsider, because typically a motion to reconsider is to, I don't want to say undo a vote of the majority, but
Well,
Okay, can I just ask a question?
I can't think of a better way to say it.
A motion to reconsider is somebody in the majority saying, I want to bring this back so that I may have changed my mind on it. So
when you say the majority, John, do you sort of mean, like, shouldn't it mean the prevailing side? I mean, because if Randy's the only, does that make sense?
well, I would have said yes normally, but then in the light of the vote we had a short time ago, I'm glad your city council rules talk about a tie, because it's pretty clear that if it does say the prevailing side, but then it says in the case of a tie, you have either side may bring it. A member who voted with the majority.
So we really need this to be a tie to bring it back.
No. We just need someone on both sides who's willing to move to reconsider if we have 7 votes here.
Okay, can I just ask one question? If we don't do this, does it make it a logistical nightmare to try to bill?
No.
Okay.
It's just we're trying to apply it, the increase uniformly across the entire city.
Right.
So
According
if it
to what
takes 3 readings,
Right.
then a quarter of the town will receive a
Right.
slightly less increase
So we
than.
could make this a procedural nightmare, knowing that we're going to pass this eventually, or we could just try to pass it right now, waiving the 2 and second and third reading. But we would need Randy to change his vote. Is that
The process in the office on the billing cycle, correct me if I'm wrong, Carrie, but it's not going to be over the top. It's changing the figures, the rates one time in the software that then is applied across all accounts. And so it would just have to be done next time, or excuse me, after it's approved for the next billing cycle as well.
So currently we have a motion and a second, I believe. No, we don't. No, we need another motion to approve second and waive the third. Is that correct?
We just approved the second.
No.
That was the first.
No, that was the first one.
And
that's right.
I believe that you have a motion on the table to waive second and third.
But we don't, we can't do that.
Okay.
You could try, but it takes 6 affirmative votes.
I would have to, if I could speak to the fact that the council already endorsed 8%, even though there was a vote against it, it has passed. And as Carrie said, what we're doing now is just actually putting the language in the ordinance equal to what the council said they wanted to happen. So I don't see the sense in not waiving second and third by someone who didn't want to vote for an improvement or an increase, because the increase already had council endorsement. So I would ask that the whole council consider unifying to the point of rectifying the situation and allowing the headache to go away.
Does Steve's motion have a second?
I will second it.
Yeah, I think you had second. That's what I
thought
thought. You had seconded by Olson.
Wasn't Kirsten the first?
Olson, you were full.
You were the motion.
Okay.
I'd second his motion.
Motion made by Olson, seconded by Luce, to approve the second reading and waive the third. No.
Second and third reading.
To waive both the second and third. Thank you.
And approve.
And approve. Thank you very much. Roll call.
Olson,
Aye.
Luce,
Aye.
Hadley,
Aye.
Chisel, Neal,
aye?
Zittergruen.
Okay. Now, does that mean that we have a second reading at the next meeting?
Yep.
Okay, that sounds good. Consider an ordinance increasing sewer rates for the first reading.
Same thing applies. The calculation was done on the fiscal 21 rates instead of the fiscal 22 rates. So 4% was discussed. 4% was what was included in the budget, but as the ordinance was drafted, the rates were entered incorrectly. So it's, again, slightly less than 4% is what was approved in the last set of readings.
Make a motion that we consider ordinance increasing sewer rates first reading.
Second.
Motion made by Neal, seconded by Olson for the first reading. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Neal,
Aye.
Olson,
Aye.
Chisel, Luce,
Aye.
Zittergruen,
Aye.
Hadley.
Aye.
Motion carried. That's first reading.
Make a motion to waive second and third readings.
Second.
Motion made by Neal, seconded by Olson to waive the second and third reading
And approve.
and approve. Hearing Any discussion?
I believe on this previous council endorsement, the entire council voted yes.
Roll call?
Neal,
Aye.
Olson,
Aye.
Luce,
Aye.
Zittergruen,
No.
Hadley,
Aye.
Chisel.
Okay, motion failed. So we will have a second reading at the July meeting.
Or can it be reconsidered at our next, at the 5:45 meeting if it's, if Kirk's here?
He won't be coming. He would have gotten here if he probably was. Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. All right. Discussion and possible action on electric franchise fee sustainability funds for leaf vac purchase.
Okay, so council had previously approved $80,000 for the purchase of a used leaf vac for the street department. And staff was actually notified of a pre-owned that meets all of our specifications, but it is $87,500. Staff has requested the use of $7,500 of the electric franchise fee sustainability funds to finalize the purchase. This did go to Decorah Sustainability Commission's meeting last week, and they did recommend approval of council of using sustainability funds to make up the gap.
Hadley will make a motion to approve the use of the funds for the purchase of the leaf sucker.
Okay, motion made by Hadley, seconded by Luce. Any further discussion?
No, I would just say I was at that committee meeting where they discussed it. And I think Jeremy built a good case in terms of why it fit with the sustainability plan. And I can see it both ways. This is not coming from sustainability. This is coming from Emily Neal, council person. I want to be very clear on that, that this is an Emily Neal statement. I do want to be cautious of thinking about like anytime we need a little bit of money going to sustainability for anything city. I mean, I think we could make cases for any new building we decide to build or any new window we try to install that it fits with our sustainability plan because we're making it more energy efficient. We're making it this. I don't think that's the intent of those funds. And so I'm not saying this, again, speaking for myself, I just want to be cautious of that and make sure we're clear on that.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Hadley,
Aye.
Luce,
Aye.
Olson,
Aye.
Zittergruen,
Aye.
Chisel, Neal.
Aye.
Motion carried. Library board appointments. We had 3 openings. My recommendation for council approval is to reappoint Andy. I'm going to stop just a minute. Could you comment on why we've changed how we're working with this real quick?
On the library board?
Right, because it used to be that the board would submit the applications and then there would be consideration. But because we've been working with unifying some of it, this is how this has gone on.
Okay, so library board, well, like numerous other boards and commissions, are mayoral appointment with council approval. And so previously, the library board would review and make recommendations to the mayor on who the mayor should appoint at that time. I've worked with different ends of the spectrum, pointed out with Kristen, and Kristen had a great conversation with her board as well, as my understanding. And what that dynamic of being in the middle, the 2 ends of the spectrum of mayor appointment, no input from the library board, this person is my appointment. The other end of the spectrum, I've worked with that as well, where the library board and the library director, they take the applications and then they go, okay, here's who we want you to appoint for the library board, and you only get the applications they want. The one in the middle is a unique situation where the mayor receives the applications, library board reviews and says, here's the ones we would like to see appointed. Well, if those don't align with the mayor's appointment, you've now started right off the get-go, not take the politics discussion out of who gets appointed or not, but that person that is then appointed to the library board is now behind the 8 ball because the rest of the board saw a stack of applicants and they didn't want that person. They wanted a different one the mayor didn't appoint.
Okay.
So that was kind of what hinged on the discussion.
Okay, that sounds good. I just wanted to clarify that, even though we've talked about it for a while. And do they do these individually or just as a whole with the 3?
You can do either one.
I'm going to go with the whole as a 3. After consideration, and I did sit in on the board, and they gave various qualifications that they felt should be considered. And so what I am proposing is for approval for Annie Beckendorf. She has a master's in library science with 30 years experience. She has worked on the board since 2012, president since 2014. And she was also the assistant interim director while Wanda Gardner was off for 1 year. I feel that her presence, I think the experience wise, there is some complexity when you're working with doing accreditation for the board, and I feel that that's important to maintain that experience. Allie Scott has numerous experiences, including executive experiences. She has family, she's a library user. I know she's a high energy person. So I feel that she would be an asset to the board as well. Maria Leitz is an educator. She has worked as a high-risk coordinator. She's done leadership teams, building experience, and has diversity experience. And so I'm bringing forth these 3 names for appointment for the library board.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Olson, seconded by Neal. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Olson.
Aye.
Neal.
Aye.
Luce.
Aye.
Zittergruen.
Aye.
Hadley.
Aye.
Jizzle.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Johnson is here and Johnson votes aye.
Sorry, Kurt. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Planning and zoning appointment. There were 5 applicants. My recommendation is Brad Wicks. Part of my recommendation is because of the current P&Z, for many years we had the same P&Z people on, and we have a relatively new P&Z. We also have a new building and zoning administrator is new. Brad comes with 38 years of being in the construction industry. He has experience in longevity. It's been on the Decorah, with Decorah boards experience. He's been on the St. Ben's School. And so I'm recommending Brad Wicks for planning and zoning.
I'd move for approval.
Second.
Moved by Chisel, seconded by Olson. Discussion?
So I'm not going to support the appointment of Brad Wicks, not because of Brad Wicks. I think he's a great guy, but because I think when looking through the applications, I think there's a stronger application from a segment of the population that I think we really need on our planning and zoning committee. So I actually would like to support Lori Meinholz for several reasons. I think we have been addressed several times that we haven't put enough eye on our downtown area. I think Lori has demonstrated a unique perspective that will allow us to focus on that region. She brings to the planning and zoning a set of eyes that looks to reinvest in infrastructure as opposed to the idea of constant new construction. when I look at the P&Z makeup, I also see we already have several contractors already on P&Z. We've got Marla Cloakley, we've got Ryan there as well. And so I feel like with Jeremy and the current makeup of the P&Z, what we really need, I think, is that representation from our downtown businesses and a perspective about historic renovation, many things that Lori can bring to that light. So I will be voting no. And again, this is nothing against Brad Wicks, but more of a desire to see Lori on P&Z.
One question I have, when we have applications for such, are we able to hold people who have applied before if there's an opening coming forward, or do they have to reapply?
John, you with me probably encourage reapplying.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that is okay. Any other discussion?
I guess I'd like to just point out that Brad Wicks has a vast amount of experience, and not that all of our committees aren't very important, they are, but P&Z is especially important. And with the 38 years that Brad would bring to that, I think we need that type of experience on P&Z. So I'll be supporting Brad. Thank you.
I appreciate everyone who put their name forward for this. And Kirsten, I appreciate your comments. I think that it's important for the members of the Planning and Zoning Commission to understand everything that pertains to planning and zoning, which is a lot more than simply the construction trades. That's a part of what is involved, but it takes a lot to plan a successful, strong, financially resilient city. Our city has historically invested a great deal in very expensive infrastructure. The maintenance bills are mounting up, and so I guess I just want to resist this notion that if you've been part of the building trade, somehow you have special insight on how to plan a strong, fiscally resilient city. I think that Lori brings a great deal of perspective that is right now, in my opinion, lacking on the Planning and Zoning Commission, and which I think represents something that I hear over and over from community members, both via elections and via public comment, something that I hear them saying they want in their elected and appointed officials. So I think we should listen to the residents of our town and the messages they keep sending in terms of how they want Decorah's future to be planned for and zoned for. And I will join Emily in voting against Mr. Wicks, and I'm grateful for his putting his name forward, but I'm in support of, I think there's a better candidate.
I think when I looked at Mr. Wicks, wasn't so much in construction, but would have history as far as things that have gone before, as far as a comprehensive plan is concerned, as far as ordinance that are in place, and familiar with what the value or what it is for those ordinances. And also for having to work with cities on that level. I think that we need somebody that has worked with ordinances, the history of ordinances, because even though maybe we're not in favor of the comprehensive plan, or there's things we don't like, that's what we have to look at. And I appreciate somebody that was probably worked with comprehensive plans, ordinances, and city information.
I would support what Emily and Steve said in terms of looking also at maybe having gender equity is close. I mean, it's going to be one more, whoever we go with here. I would like to see us actually have a gender focus toward female led in terms of at least one commission. So I would be voting against the mayor's recommendation.
I spoke with Lori as a constituent when she was doing the application for her recent infill housing project in the building. I think with the North Alley project going on and the planning of our community being equally important as zoning, and the downtown community coming forth at the last meeting and saying that they felt underrepresented. I feel it's important to have a member of the downtown business community also on board. So Again, nothing against Brad. If we had an opening on a street commission or whatnot, he certainly would be top of the list. But I would also be voting no and supporting Lori because of her commitment to Iowa's smart growth principles, as we discussed together in a call.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve Brad Wicks on the P&Z. Roll call.
Chisel.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Zittergruen.
No.
Hadley.
No.
Johnson.
Aye.
Neal.
No.
Luce.
No.
Okay. Now do I
At the
bring? So then at the next meeting,
right? You don't want it on.
the
you don't
next
want her to pick
meeting,
up.
I wouldn't bring it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the background notes agenda. Does the regular agenda say planning and zoning appointment Brad Wicks as well?
Correct.
Yeah, then next. meeting.
Okay. Okay, we'll have it on the agenda for the July meeting.
Mayor, can I ask you a question about the timing of something? I do plan on moving to reconsider the water and the sewer rates as part of this meeting. Would you prefer I do that at the very end of the agenda or here at the end of business?
I think I need to have council state that.
I think that's your discretion. I mean, makes sense.
Now that Kurt is here.
I think point of information to inform Kurt what happened, what we're talking about would be good.
My apologies for my lateness.
We missed you.
So this has to do with the readings for the rates, correct?
No, you're referring to the rezoning, correct?
I was going to start with the readings for the rates.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is that?
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Do you have the same assumption that was on the water and sewer rates?
Well, that's what I heard Steve say this time.
Yeah.
So
my mind was already going somewhere else. Sorry.
So Mayor, we're at the end of business here. These would be business items. If you are okay with it, I'd like to do it now. It's up to you.
I'm fine with it. We've got 45. Or
Yeah, well, I'll go fast. Okay. I move to reconsider the motion to waive second and third readings and adopt the rates in item 12.
Second.
And Kirk, we couldn't do this because we needed a majority.
It's been a true local government exercise.
Yeah.
Learning. All right. So we've got Zittergruen with the motion. Who made the second? Olson made the second to waive the second and third reading and approve for water rates.
Can I clarify, John? Do we have to vote on whether to reconsider first, or is it now on the table? Because I moved it.
Oh, good question.
Well, you have to have a successful motion to reconsider in order to go back to the original motion to waive the second and third readings.
So just so the council's clear, then this would be a vote on whether or not we wanted to reconsider.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Discussion. Roll call.
Zittergruen.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Get my order here right. Hadley.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Chisel. Neal.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Aye.
I would say Luce. Last one.
Thank you. All right. Now we're still on rates for working with the waiving the second and third reading for the water rates.
And pass, right?
And pass, correct.
Yep.
I would move to waive the second and third reading and adopt the water rates.
Is the motion already on the table, John? Since
No,
we
just passed the idea to reconsider.
No,
we already had a vote on it.
You just had a
That's
successful motion to get this back
Okay,
on the
that's
table.
fine. Thank you. Then I second.
Okay. Motion has been made and seconded by Zittergruen. Roll call.
Luce.
Aye.
Zittergruen.
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Chisel, Neal,
Aye.
Olson,
Aye.
Hadley.
Aye.
Okay,
By script, I had to get a little off and
all right. Now I'm looking for a motion for reconsideration.
I'd move to reconsider the sewer rate.
You know, you can't because you were voting on the side of that
Oh, you're
succeeded.
right.
You can withdraw that if you'd like to. I don't know. I would like,
I didn't get a second.
sorry, I would like to move to reconsider item 13. Sorry, I would like to move to reconsider the motion to waive second and third readings
No,
and
you have
pass
to-
of item 13.
I think you have to do the reconsideration.
majority
first.
has to be the motion.
Move to reconsider it. That's what it said. Move to reconsider.
John, could you clear up some confusion for us again? I'm sorry.
We just voted twice on the last one.
Yeah, I understand.
Need you to use your mics, please.
I apologize. I said I understand the confusion because I had to think through this again because the motion to reconsider before failed, but because it did not reach the 3/4 threshold.
Not the motion to reconsider, the original
The
motion.
original motion, I'm sorry, I'm confusing everybody now. The original motion to waive the second and third reading, that failed because it did not reach the 3/4 majority. However, your rules of city council procedures say a member who voted with majority may move for reconsideration of an action. Doesn't make any sense in this situation with a 3/4. Our rules weren't really.
So I did vote in the majority to we didn't
You
have
did.
the 6. So I would move to reconsider.
I got to say that under these circumstances, you're right. Normally, it wouldn't be that way.
Then let's do this one thing at a time, I think, because potentially I made an improper motion to
Yeah.
reconsider item 12
I think
for water rates. And we passed it. And then we passed the waiving of the second and third readings, even though I shouldn't have made that motion. What can we do to to make sure the city isn't sort of liable for any breach of its policies?
Let's pass it both ways. We'll just pass it with you making the motion, and then we'll pass it again with Steve making the motion.
I gotta, I don't remember how everybody voted, but so you're gonna, on the first one was water rates, right?
And everyone voted yes.
On the waiving, Steve voted no. On the waive and adoption, Steve voted no.
Yep, so
And that was not the majority, but it failed because it failed to reach the 3/5.
Yep.
So of the people that voted that can reconsider would be Olson, Luce, Hadley, or Neal.
Luce would move this waiving of the second and third readings on the sewer rates and adopt. To reconsider that.
Because you voted with the majority.
I did.
Neil, a second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for reconsideration. Roll call.
Okay, I just want to make sure we got the minutes and everything lined up correctly. I know. So I've got Luce and
Aye.
Neal for the motion and second to reconsider. We're back on the water rates because the
No.
We're on
We're doing
sewer.
sewer. We're doing sewer right now. We'll go back to water. We're doing sewer right now.
We're giving John a few minutes to figure out how to fix water rates.
Yeah, he's
You
got to
know
figure out
what?
how to fix it. We're doing the sewer right now, but we're doing sewer correctly.
That's correct.
Let me check my notes to make sure Luce voted because I was verifying water rates. Okay, so on the sewer rates, Luce voted aye and was in the majority. We're fine.
So
I would move to reconsider that now.
Yep, on the sewer side,
Correct.
Anybody can second.
correct. And
I will
Emily's
second.
fine to
Okay.
I second. Yeah.
okay, this is for reconsideration. Roll call.
Luce,
Aye.
Neal,
Aye.
Olson,
Aye.
Zittergruen,
Aye.
Hadley,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Chisel.
Now we need a motion for,
I make a motion that we waive the first and second readings
Second
of
and
the
third.
second and third readings of the sewer rates
And adopt.
And adopt.
and adopt.
Second.
okay, roll call?
Neal,
Aye.
Zittergruen,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Chisel, Olson,
Aye.
Luce,
Aye.
Hadley.
Aye.
Motion carried.
John, oh, sorry.
We've got both of these taken care of, correct?
No, we have to redo the water. So I make a motion that we reconsider the waiving of the second and third reading for our water rate.
Luce is second.
Motion made and seconded. Roll call.
Neal,
Aye.
Luce,
Aye.
Chisel, Olson,
Aye.
Zittergruen,
Aye.
Hadley,
Aye.
Johnson.
Motion
Aye.
carried. I have a question. Since Johnson is here, are you ready?
I'm ready.
You got it, everything out of your brain? Is it possible to be able to consider the rezoning for the Prairie Lights for the third reading?
Yes.
And you,
I would make so.
now wait a minute.
Well,
Just-
this one's clear.
Yeah.
All right,
Because it's anybody, since we had a tie vote,
okay,
in the event of a tie vote on any action, any member may move for reconsideration.
okay.
We haven't actually had, it was just to reconsider, correct? The last time on the water, the last motion that Emily just made, seconded by Luz.
No, we did
All
it twice.
votes aye was to reconsider because we had to redo that one. So now you've got to actually vote on
No, we
the,
did.
the ordinance itself. Remember, we're having to do this again because the initial vote to reconsider was made improperly.
Okay, I make a motion that we waive the second and third reading and adopt for the water rates.
And I will second.
Roll call.
Neal,
Aye.
Olson,
Aye.
Roll-
Luce,
Aye.
Zittergruen,
Aye.
Hadley,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Chisel.
Roll call. 2, 3, 4.
We should be good now.
All right. Roll call?
We just did.
Okay.
Just did this.
We only did that. We only did those motions, 6 of them. Okay, now I'm going back up to consider ordinance on conditional rezoning for Prairie Lights Church, third reading.
I would make the motion to reconsider the third reading.
Motion made by Chisel,
I will second it.
seconded by Johnson. Discussion?
Well, for what it's worth, this has been about 7 months. We've been talking about this now, gone back and forth many times. And ultimately, this will be the last time we have to take a vote on it. So I would like to make a couple of points quick before we take that vote. I attended a planning and zoning seminar that Iowa State Extension Service put on up at the, above the hotel here a few months ago. And there were several people from the city that attended that meeting as well. People from city council, planning and zoning, board of adjustment, and a couple people from admin, I think, were there. And I think we all agreed it was a excellent class that we took. And in the course of that class, we talked about approval of city variances and how they stated how infrequently that should actually happen, because what you're doing when you approve a variance is you're allowing essentially someone to break the law. Those are ordinances that we've had in place, and those are essentially laws, and we're allowing somebody to break those laws. So they said that should only happen probably maybe once or twice a year at the most. And in this case here, I think we're not only doing a variance, which is just a small portion of the zoning criteria, we're actually looking at the entire zoning ordinance itself, and we're changing it. So I don't think we should be doing that lightly. I think those things should be done, again, very infrequently. Because if we're going to allow people to continually, quote, break our laws or break our ordinances, essentially, how do we hold anybody accountable for breaking an ordinance? Because we're essentially doing the same thing. Second thing I'd like to point out is that just a few weeks ago here, we had an appeal process that went to the Board of Adjustment. And in the course of that appeal process, our esteemed city attorney, John Anderson, interviewed a gentleman by the name of Mike Voltmer. And Mike was tasked back in the early 90s of redoing all of our zoning ordinances. And that, I believe he said, took about 18 months to do that. And they hired a consultant to help them out in that process, which again was done at taxpayer expense. So again, the zoning ordinances that we have in place have been worked on. They've been labored over. Money's been spent on them. And again, I don't think we should just throw them to the side every time we get a chance to. I think we should seriously consider them before we make a change to them. And I'll make this short since we're running on to time, but I wanted to make those 2 points. And I hope, with all due respect, my city council people up here will consider those 2 things when we cast our final vote on this. Thank you.
Are we ready for roll call? Roll call.
This is to vote
This is to reconsider, not the actual approval.
That's correct.
Chisel.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
I believe I'm at Neal.
No.
Olson.
Aye.
Luce.
No.
Zittergruen.
Aye.
Hadley.
Aye.
All right.
Now, I would make a motion to approve the third reading and move forward with this.
I will second it.
Motion made by Chisel, seconded by Johnson to move forward and approve the third reading of rezoning for Prairie Lights Church. Roll call.
Chisel.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Olson.
No.
Luce.
No.
Zittergruen.
Yes.
Hadley.
Aye.
Neal.
No.
Motion carries. Third reading passed. Okay, I need just a little bit of, we have a small amount that's left on the agenda.
And we need a break.
And we need a break. So can you give me some advice on how to work with this?
Well, I don't have really any comments.
Okay.
So if you want to run through the comments quickly, you
Well,
can
let's do
also,
that.
once this meeting is adjourned,
Yeah.
you don't have to call the meeting to order at 5:45.
Okay.
It just has to be after that. So if it's 5:50, 5:55, because a break's needed, that's fine.
Okay. And I believe that all of the department heads and stuff have put stuff in the Dropbox if they needed it. Correct?
For,
Comments? For,
oh,
and
for
just to
their
go-
comments?
Right.
No, but did you guys have anything?
Oh, you come up.
All right. Let's see. Travis, do you have stuff? Carrie?
No.
Randy?
Nothing this evening.
Emily?
Nope.
Kristen?
No.
Steve?
Nothing, Mayor.
Steve?
If you ask at the end of the next meeting, I'll have positive things to say.
Okay. Motion to adjourn.
Wait a minute.
Oh, wait a minute. I
Rosenberg.
can't do that.
Could we just motion to move these to the next agenda because they don't look like they got a lot of action going on them? These 3 items, 17, 18, 19.
Oh, thank you.
I would just move that we make a motion that we move those to the next meeting because it doesn't look like we got action.
Yeah.
They're on there just as a notation, actually. Tree board opening, telco opening,
Okay.
historic preservation opening.
Then I would just
Where's
make,
Paul at?
Okay.
then I would make the motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn. What time?
5:45. 5:30.
No, it's 5:45 is the next one. Is that enough time?
Yep.
Okay. So the second meeting will start at 5:45.
No shit. I'll call outside if he wants to do that. That's 8 pumps, 2 sides. This one's 2.
No, we should try to make sure all of our because if we say too much of the wrong thing, then we give them.
Want to make that announcement right now? Steve? Is there a cot I can bring in? I don't know what the floor was going on the back. Right. Yeah. I don't think that's going to. I got 544.
All rise for Pledge of Allegiance.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm assuming you go through roll call again. I didn't know if you had to or not, so. Otherwise, conduct public, see if I got this right. Conduct public hearing on the plans, specifications, form of contract, and taking bids for the Decorah 2022 street improvements asphalt resurfacing project. Want to get background on that, please?
Sure. So the city put out to bid the 2022 street improvement asphalt resurfacing project for bid. City did receive 1 bid back. This is again the larger scale citywide project, excluding Pleasant Avenue. So Pleasant Avenue makes up that other large portion of the street projects this year. Engineer's estimate for the one project, $541,600. The 1 bid received from Skyline Construction in the amount of $573,543.60 was approximately 6% above the engineer's estimate, with the largest share of that being asphalting with oil prices. So that was the largest deviation. With that, I don't believe any written objections have been received.
Okay. I'll open the public hearing. Sorry about that.
There you go.
It's just going to take me a minute to get back. I'll open the public hearing on plan specifications, form of contract, and taking bids for Decorah 2022 street improvement asphalt resurfacing project. Is there anybody who wishes to speak to this item on this agenda? So come to the podium. Seeing none, I don't see any on the screen. I'll close the public hearing. Consider resolution approving the plans, specifications, form of contract, and awarding the Decorah 2022 street improvement asphalt resurfacing project.
I would make a motion to approve for Skyline Construction in the amount of $573,543.60.
Hadley would second.
Motion made by Chisholm, seconded by Hadley. Discussion.
I think this is a great project, and a focus on, I guess, maintaining what we have is important. I think Decorah residents are going to see some immediate benefits in terms of our streets rideability. But I also want to make maybe an observation that I think should make us uncomfortable as a council, and I'd like us to consider this going forward as we get towards our budget planning. 40% of trips in Decorah to work happen via mode other than car. And yet in this 1 year's budget, or in this one project's budget adjustment from what our engineer estimated and what we're about to commit to spending, that adjustment alone is more than our city is spending on any other mode of transportation this year. We have 28,000 for sidewalks, and we're gonna go up by about 30-some thousand for this adjustment alone. And I personally think that represents skewed priorities. And it's just something that as a council, I'd like us to continue to think about, continue to wrestle with, and continue to try to figure out what the appropriate mix of our transportation spending is, given what is reflected in our community's transportation preferences.
Any further discussion? Roll call.
Chisholm.
Aye.
Hadley.
Aye.
Neal.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Luce.
Aye.
Zittergruen.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried. Conduct the public hearing on Quick Star site plan. Before I open the public hearing, I'm going to have Travis do some background, and then I'll ask Quick Star to come up. I know that they've been involved in P&Z Board of Adjustment, and so
No. Fire alarm.
Mayor, you should suspend the meeting and clear the room.
All right, we're good. Fire department's cooking.
I know. If anybody's been watching us since 4 o'clock, you might want to reconsider. We could replace ourselves with cats.
okay, just starting on conducting a public hearing, and I started that Travis will do some background. I'll then ask Quick Start to come up and present the site plan. They have come to P&Z and the Board of Adjustment, and I would want to give them the opportunity to just present what they have. Then I will open the public hearing.
Mayor, I think your microphone's off. Sorry.
Okay, I'll continue. Anyway, then the guidelines for the public meeting will be each person will have 3 minutes. It'll be timed, and then we'll close the public hearing, followed by the council discussion and questions of Quick Start. Okay, Travis, do you want to give background, please?
Sure. So this hearing was set by City Council at the last council meeting after receipt of the site plan from P&Z with a favorable recommendation. The public hearing itself is not required, but can be opted. Council can opt to hold one prior to approval. The city has received a few written comments regarding the public hearing, which isn't open yet, but those have been provided in the Dropbox. Short of that, the rest of the information would come with the site plan discussion itself when it's considered. Other questions that you would have of me for background before the public hearing?
Seeing none. Okay. You can move that and position it any way you want so that people can see it. And you kind of got to get it halfway so that people can see it. That's pretty good. Just turn it over a little more. Okay, and then I'll have you come up to the podium and state your name, first and last, and then I believe, does he have to spell his last name?
This is on? Okay.
Yeah.
Dax Conley, real estate manager, Quick Trip, Quick Star, La Crosse, Wisconsin. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me today to talk about the site plan, talk about why Quick Star chose to have a third location in Decorah. Quickly on the location, why a store, the university, your tourism, the rebuild of Locust Road, I think brings a lot of motor vehicles from many communities. I've talked to people from South Dakota, North Dakota, Alaska, Minnesota, Wisconsin, that all know about the springs, all know about the cave, have been here, have visited your community, love your community. And with that, when I come to the community, I spend some time here in the fall, winter time, doing some hunting. When I come here, I always think, oh, this side of town is undernourished for grocery, fast food, convenience, right? We're a convenience store. So I started digging into it a little bit, and my data shows that it is, and that Quick Start could thrive here. And typically an old grocery store market or an old grocery store location, historically, Quick Start, Quick Trip has done really well in those locations that have either failed or the company went under nationally or whatever. We've chosen those locations and have done real well, just with our grocery options and so on and so forth. For a lot of you that don't know, Quick Star, Quick Trip is 80% vertically integrated. 80% of the product in the store is made and shipped fresh every day out of La Crosse, Wisconsin. So sustainability, pricing, those types of things are really solid when it comes to us because we control that market. We control what's coming into our store. So the site plan. We submitted our site plan to the staff, to Jeremy, to Greg. In P&Z, there were some comments that were made. We've made some of those adjustments. So what have those adjustments been? We talked about moving the sidewalk. Jeremy, I think you're online. That sidewalk was recommended by our staff not to move. We are willing to move it, but they recommended, store engineering and traffic people recommended not to move it just because of the sight line of the sidewalk if it were to curve in further toward the store. They had some concerns about pedestrian, walking that sidewalk, bikes being on that sidewalk. And if there's a curve in it, it just creates a different sight line to that sidewalk. College Drive gets redone, goes through a repaving, goes through some certain things. We would certainly move that sidewalk, or we could move it now if city staff feels comfortable with that sidewalk being moved closer to the store and then creating the green space up against the curb to College Drive. Today, I don't think you have 10% green space on that site. We're at a 30+% green space that we're bringing to the site with Quickstar. I think that's important here. We've increased the stormwater detention pond to meet city's criteria. That was another note that was in P&Z and from Jeremy's group. We all know that's important with the dike there and the river there and flooding there, right? I think that's going to help all of that. I think the entire site will help any type of ponding, flooding, anything. Our sites are completely curb and gutter, storm drain to drain to that detention pond. Where we can't control it is obviously going out onto Quarry and onto College Drive. We can't control that rain, but everything else around it's going to be sucked up on our site and then to that detention pond and filtered through the ground from there. So I think that's really important. I think we're going to bring a ton of beautiful green space that you don't have on this corner today. The other thing, being a P&Z, listening to the community, safety was a big issue. Traffic was a big issue. Pedestrians were a big issue, right? We listened to that. Quickstar is offering to put in a painted, lighted crosswalk at Quarry Street or wherever city staff feels that it would work best on College Drive to get across College Drive. Quickstar will put that on their dime, their dollar, to make everybody safe to come across College Drive, which I think is important. That would be a nice lighted crosswalk there and allow for folks to get over down Quarry Street, get to the springs, get to the cave, and use the river and the dike and the trail. So the other things we're working on, we have to have some easements. We have to work with the Corps engineer. We have to work with the city to allow for cross access to get to the dike, to get to the river for any type of maintenance, emergencies, those types of things. Quick Trip's more than willing to do that. We're also working with the neighbors for easements to allow cross access easement. You know, our sellers got property and a business on that side. Pizza Ranch has traffic that really can kind of flow through there today. We're going to allow that to happen with our neighbors. We've got some utility stuff that we have to move. If we move that sidewalk, we have some challenges to do that, but we will work with the city and the utility companies to move those and get them where they need to be if we need to move that sidewalk back. Working with Pizza Ranch also, we're going to give them a easement access out on that north end of the building. They need to get folks out if there's a fire, if there's something catastrophic going on. They need an easement. They need to get out their fire exit. They need to get somewhere safe. And we're going to give them that easement to do so. What else can I cover on here? I believe with the car wash, that was something that was mentioned, the noise of the car wash. Quickstar would offer to have the car wash open from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. and be closed on the hours of that. So then you don't have that noise. You don't have the horn. You don't have the dryers making that noise after 10 p.m. So I think that's neighbor friendly. I think that helps the neighbors understand that we're willing to work to be on this corner and make some changes. Some other things that staff had recommended in engineering. We removed the digital sign. I know that was a concern too by the community. Having a message center there, we removed that. We do have to have digital pricers on there. Of course, everybody knows, it seems like pricing's moving every day right now, every 24 hours. Hopefully we can change that in the near future and get more stable. Boulevard trees, staff recommended some more trees. We're going to do that. Again, we're trying to get up to 30+% in green space here on this site. Safety issues that we can address. Staff did a great job of making the recommendation about moving our access off College Drive across from Iowa Avenue, just to get those safety sight lines going, get the vehicles seeing each other instead of guessing where they're going to go. It's more of an intersection at that point. I think that's a great thing to do. We're eliminating 3 driveways on College Drive. If you talk about safety, now we're going to have 3 driveways gone. The access on 2 of those driveways has got to be 60+ feet wide. You You can get 20, 30, or 2, 3, 4 cars in there if you'd like. We're going to narrow that down. We're going to meet the city ordinances today and have that driveway be to the city standards. We're going to eliminate 1 on Corey. We do show 2 on Corey, but we can eliminate another access point that's there today and make this more safe and get some of the vehicle headlights away from the resident folks across from Corey. So I think Quick Start has tried really, really hard to be good neighbors, do the right things, help the community understand that we do want people to be safe. We do know that there's traffic here, multiple times a day, schools in, schools out, those types of things that people have, the community has concerns about. Covered the easements, kind of covered the flood map, floodplain. The building will sit out of the actual floodplain. The elevations won't change much today. I think we're bringing it up a couple feet where the building sits today. We understand that there could be some ponding, pooling. And again, I think discharging that and putting that into the stormwater detention pond will help this whole area with curb and gutter when the heavy rains come. I think that's it. We have 5 lanes of fuel. That's 10 pumps. That's 20 fueling locations. So it's really only 10 pumps in 5 lanes. So on each lane, you can be on both sides. The pumps work on both sides of those, and that just gives us those 20 fueling locations. So it's not actually 20 pumps. It's just 20 fueling locations on 10 pumps. The store is about 9,100 square feet. It's a different store than what you have in Decorah today. This is our Generation 3 store. It's more of a grocery feel to it. It's got grab and go meals. We've got open basket vegetables, fruits to grab. We have shopping carts in our stores today, and the folks can enjoy really more of a grocery market than just a gas station or convenience store, which is what we're moving to as we go through. We sell more. We're probably $2 to $1, maybe 3 to 1 on inside sales versus what we are outside today. We all know that, hybrids are coming, electric EVs are coming. Quick Trip, Quick Start will be forefront of that when it becomes more regulated, when plugs are stable and know what you're going to use. If you're pulling in with a Ford or a Chevy or a Tesla, today their plugs are all different today, and the government's got to get a handle on that and get that regulated. There's 2 or 3 different types of ways to charge for EV at a fueling station. That could be a hookup fee in a kilowatt or just a flat out kilowatt usage. Right now today, what we're seeing nationally to hook up and actually get a 3/4 to a full battery charge in kilowatt hours, it's more expensive today to get a battery charge out of a convenience store than it is to fuel your car with gas, which is crazy the way the gas prices are. But electric prices are also coming. So when that day comes, Quick Trip's going to be there for the EV. We can take a fuel pump out. We'll be far enough away to allow for electric charging station in one of the lanes that will have a pump today. So we're prepared for that. That's why we've gone to more of a grocery market, fast food market than we typically have in the past, is because we're prepping for that longer time in the store for people to be able to charge. We have seating areas in our Gen 3 stores. So there's probably 8 to 10, maybe 12 seats depending on that. So if you're coming in and you're enjoying the Springs and you want to have a meal, you can get a take-home meal. You can use our microwave and sit down at the seating area and have your meal. So something different in this store than we have in the 2 stores that we have at Decorah today. So with that, I think I've covered everything that we needed to do site plan improvement wise, talk about, and if there's any questions for me, I'd love to answer them.
I think what I wanted you to be able to present some of the stuff that you addressed after the other 2 meetings. And after we have the public hearing, then the council will be able to ask specifically about site plan pieces. Well, I think that that you can ask that after we do the public. You see what I mean?
I do. I just wanted clarification on something about that.
Yeah, that would be great if you would maybe note of it and then ask it later. You know, from a mayor's standpoint, I've got to say, and I know that people, you know, this has been controversial in lots of ways, but I think in these economic times, you know, sure, maybe there would have been, we'd want something different, but it's sort of like the person that comes to the dance and brings what they can offer. It is, the council has to do its due diligence to consider if that's a fit or if it's a not. I could say that the same thing for Quickstar, that we're hoping that we can communicate back and forth and be able to come up. It is advantageous. It's in an economic corridor. That's a commercial gateway to downtown. So I am really excited about the potential, and I'm excited about the discussion that things can be made differently. Okay. Okay, we'll be back. All right. I've got to remember to speak into the microphone. Not just yet. I will be. I have to open the public hearing first. Okay. And get my timer going. Yes, now they are. Just a reminder to, even after the question and answer, or not questions, but after the public hearing, if council would please use their mics up close so people can hear. Okay, I invite anyone who wants to come up to the microphone to put input. Please step up. This time you only have to spell your last name for Carrie, and you will have 3 minutes. And then when that's up, please be considerate and sit back down.
And then also please give your address.
Thank you. Okay. If you'd come up to the microphone, that'd be great. And then if you would, that's okay. The first thing, if you'd say your first and last names.
My first name is Harland. My second name, my surname is Nelson.
And then would you give your address too, please?
Pardon?
Address.
Oh, my address is 911 Ridgewood Drive, apartment 207, Decorah. In other words, the other side of town. I don't know the name of the man who was giving the Quickstar, but I have to admire the completeness of his presentation. And I especially admire it because I had no idea how much must be done in order to make the Quickstar station here on this side of Decorah acceptable. Even having, I assume that not everything that was in the presentation you have just heard was presented to planning and zoning, and that the things that are going to be done, if this proposal is approved, would involve the kind of adjustments and things that the Planning and Zoning Commission was asking about. I don't know that, of course. But I do know that the Planning and Zoning Commission, even with considering what was presented to them, and I'm sure they heard a great deal of what we have just heard here, the vote was extremely close. The shift of one vote would have turned into a negative recommendation to the City Council. And so it's by no means a done thing. It should be considered that way. The Planning and Zoning Commission's work is to preserve, to enhance and preserve the community. And what must be done in order to do that sometimes involves approving proposals coming to them, and sometimes it involves proposals, rejecting proposals that come to them. And I remind the audience that the shift of one vote would have made a difference in the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission. I heard the gentleman point out that many cars licenses are seen from other states, which implies that there would be a great increase in 1 minute left.
Yes.
Thank you. A great increase in traffic. I don't think that's the case. I think those were passed through people, that the market is what it is. And the market for the new Quick Star would be taken from the business of existing businesses here, specifically in this case, Decorah Mart, which is run by a very attractive family from India. And I would hate to think that their business would be certainly would be cut down and possibly even eliminated. I'm sorry about that. So my recommendation, or my opinion, and I think it's pretty clear by now.
Okay.
I don't want to see another Quick Star in Decorah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. State your name, spell your last name, and give your address, please.
Daryl Jensen, Jensen, 803 Serenity Court, Decorah.
Thank you.
I feel the people of Decorah have been let down by our zoning administrator, the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the Board of Adjustment regarding the construction of a gas station, convenience store, car wash to be built on College Drive. A huge convenience store with 20 fueling stations and a car wash should not be allowed to be constructed at the College Drive location in C2 zoning. This project belongs in a properly zoned area near a highway and not in town on College Drive. Why even have zoning? Approving this sets major precedents for future zoning non-compliance requests. It's going ahead and buying the property and worry about the zoning later. Same thing just happened locally with a church. Just get the property sold and worry about the zoning later. Do you realize what kind of a mess there will be on College Drive? Do you realize how difficult it will be to get into and out of that parking lot? I can't imagine trying to turn left coming out of that parking lot. This project would result in many more accidents, adding traffic lights and possibly street widening, among other things. Most of these things at city taxpayer expense. Even though Quick Trip Quick Star says there would not be enough room for large trucks to fill with diesel, I have observed at the Short Street location, also with 20 fueling stations, many large trucks and buses filling up. And how many large delivery trucks and support vehicles will be attempting to get in and out of this lot? And where will the employees come from? Even if they can find them, they'll come from our other small local businesses. I wonder if they, Quick Star, Quick Trip, have considered the very real possibility of a prolonged severe recession and fuel prices at $5 plus per gallon for weeks or months. People will be traveling far less. They'll be buying less quick food and grocery items and using more hybrid and all-electric vehicles requiring less gas or no gas at all.
Your time is just about up.
Last but certainly not least, how about the environmental hazards created by a business like this, including the buried tanks near a river and all the extra vehicle exhaust and noise? 9 million, think of that, 9 million people a year die either directly or indirectly from water and air pollution. Seems like Quick Star, Quick Trip is more interested in their economy and money rather than people dying. Please do not approve this site plan. It is not legal and it's not good for Decorah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next. State your name, your first and last, and then spell your last name and your address.
My name is Uwe Rudolph. I live at 510 North Street, and my last name is Rudolf, not PH, I might add.
Thank you.
I agree with the comments just made. I love Strict Quick Start. I use the business all the time. But do we really need another one in the town? Here we have a wonderful property, a large property with an opportunity to provide housing or a hotel even. And so I really think that I'm opposed to another gas station there with all those pumps for all the reasons that were just stated, that we could use that property, or someone could use that property much more effectively for the community by building more housing. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Don Fish. I live at 200 Highland Drive, number 5, Decorah. 2 quick points. How many and which stores will be put out of business by this action? The next 15 years won't be like the last 15 years. We will have many sticky problems to solve. Our attitudes towards energy are going to change. Our infrastructure will need to change. The space of the proposed Quick Start will likely be needed for close-in housing, walking and bicycle traffic, and community interaction. Putting Quick Start there would have negative, unforeseen consequences. Don't do it.
Thank you very much.
Mark Mugley, M-U-G-G-L-I, 722 Washington Street. I'm chair of the Decorah Historic Preservation Commission, but I'm not speaking tonight on behalf of the commission. I don't disagree with the statements that have just been made opposing approval, but I want to say that if there is going to be approval, I strongly endorse the principles that the Sustainability Commission have recently presented. They were nicely summarized in Decorah News. For those people who haven't read that article, it basically argues for a flip of the site plan so that the building is in the front and the parking and gas pumps are in the rear. It's essentially an argument for walkability. I know the Quick Start representative said that this plan in its revised form increases walkability, but that flip plan would be much, much more walkable. Walkability is important for sustainability. It's an important dimension of historic preservation. And although this stretch of College Drive is not particularly historic, the downtown is, and this has continuity with it. And it also is economically, walkability is an economic strength. The analysts from the Strong Towns movement who have presented in Decorah a couple of times have demonstrated in city after city that business districts with a high walkability have a greater wealth production than other kinds of business areas. So again, if this plan is going to be, if a plan is going to be approved, I strongly encourage Quick Start to do the flip. After all, if this is essentially a retail store, as the zoning administrator and the Board of Adjustment agreed, that happens to sell gas, then the retail store is what should be most visible from the street. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Jody, Eno Spurlog. I live at 2326 265th Avenue, Ridgeway, notably not in Decorah.
Could you spell your last name for
yes,
Carrie, please?
ENOS hyphen B as in boy, ERLAGE. And I want to share that I appreciate the discussion and it being a lot, a lot of city. I want to share that this impacts folks not just in Decorah, but outside of Decorah as well. So I do most of my shopping. I work in Decorah. Kids go to school in Decorah. I drive that route a lot. And I appreciate Quickstar's comprehensive proposal and all of the things that they're doing to mitigate safety risks, et cetera. But I think what we're talking about here is also, it's what's termed a gravity problem. Like if you ride your bike up a hill and it's really, really hard, you can't change gravity. And I think what we can't change here is that, so I was printing out maps that look like this. So this is a bottleneck in Decorah. It's the only route from north to south, and multiple roads and highways come in, and it constricts them. And this proposal, as far as I can tell, is talking about planting a high frequency stop and go, quick in out with 20 fueling stations at the most constricted point of that bottleneck. And so my question to the city council is, has a traffic study been done during peak times while school is in session to assess increased chance for car accidents as well as bike or pedestrian? Notably, our police and fire departments are on one side of this bottleneck. So to what impact might they have for response time north? And as well as general congestion and traffic flow on a daily basis for those who live in Decorah and all the folks who live outside of Decorah. And if these do become, so is a study being done, or is the approach just to wait and see how it goes? And if the approach is to wait and see how it goes, then if there are issues, who's going to pay for that? And given the city council's responsibility to public safety and to the taxpayers, is it responsible to vote on this without having, that means 1 minute, this information? So, and to what degree should the public pay the cost for these potential things when they aren't reaping the financial benefit? That's going to Quickstar and a private developer. So that's question number one, traffic study. Question number two, I agree with the Quickside representative that this side of town could benefit from investment. And I've watched investment happen on this side of town, serious investment, not for people focused as profit as a top priority, but rather community building and adding unique value, not chain stores, but unique attributes and value. So my question, so this disrupts that movement. And I do think there's overlap in what was described about Quickstar versus the function served elsewhere.
Time is up.
So my question for the council is, does this fit with, to your point, does this fit with the vision, economic vision for Decorah?
Thank you.
Lisa Zittergruen, Zittergruen, 501 Leif Erikson. I appreciate the Quickstar's representatives' changes that they're interested in making for safety, but I just don't think that it cuts it at all. It doesn't change the fact that this is a huge, very huge 10 pump or 10 station car wash gas station. It's just not safe. I don't think any of us can look at that and think it's safe for my children to be walking past there every day to school. My big concern with this is that it divides our town. I live on the west side of Decorah. Luther College is on the west side of Decorah. It's really not that far from here. We walk and bike here all the time. Luther College students walk and bike downtown all the time. I see them all the time. A Quickstar of this scale would put a humongous division between us in downtown and there that's not reversible. It's a physical division and it's a psychological division. We're cutting off our downtown from the rest of Decorah, and that's not what we want to do. We want to make our downtown strong, and we want the corridor between Luther College and our downtown to be a safe place, to be a comfortable place, and a beautiful place. I know we've all stated that that's our goal here on city council, and I think we need to continue to work towards that. If we choose to approve this plan, it's a big step backwards. So please don't approve this site plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Eide, E-I-D-E. I live at 602 North Street, and I'm a resident of the West Side. We have 2 Quick Star locations in town. They're located along the highway, which is an appropriate place to have a gas station. It's a C1 zone. The West Side along College Drive is not an appropriate location for a gas station, particularly one that's going to be larger than the others that we have in town. It would be a dangerous area for a gas station. As others have pointed out, we have out-of-town visitors that are going to Dunning Spring, to Ice Cave. We have kids and young people on bikes, on scooters, walking back and forth there. We have people trying to figure out how to cross the street, and it's a high traffic area any day of the week. The minor gestures that Quick Stars put forth to reduce light pollution or add green space don't mitigate the long-term changes that this will have on the West Side. Those are all small and temporary. Putting in a Quick Star is long-term. We don't get to take it away. The concessions that have been given from Quick Star are entirely due to community pushback. They would not offer that otherwise. Of course, Quick Star is very interested in thriving in another location in Decorah. Thriving for Quick Star means profiting off of our community. But the Decorah community gets to decide what makes us thrive. In 2018, our city did a visioning plan, a visioning project to incorporate a wide range of ideas, of perspectives to create a plan for the future and dream for what the West Side could be. We've seen people, we've seen unique businesses coming in here, a wide range of businesses, and Quick Star would kill the dream of the vibrant West Side. It's dangerous. It would create a congested area that would not fit with a thriving Decorah. I ask that the city council act with the best interest of our collective future in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next.
Hi, probably all getting to know me by now. Lori Meinholtz, 207B East Water Street here in Decorah. So I have some points to make, but I'm going to be honest with you. I can see the pros and cons of Quick Star. I honestly feel pretty neutral both ways. But one thing I would like to point out, as you guys know, my building's at 207 East Water Street. It's right next to Don Jose's. Right now I'm getting ready to start apartment project on the second floor that would put in 5 one-bedroom apartments. And I was the partner that the city chose for the grant that I just received from the state, which I'm very grateful to receive. But within that grant, when working with the city on that grant, and in the past, over the past 2.5 years, I've owned my building. I've been told from the city, different people at the city numerous times, that none of my permit fees would be waived, none of my architecture fees would be waived, and I was not allowed to have any tax abatements. Now, personally, I've been really overwhelmed with all my own stuff lately, so I have not fully read all the Quick Start stuff, so if I'm speaking out of term, like, you can just ignore everything I'm saying. But I've just noticed a past history of the city of Decorah giving lots of tax abatements, tax incentives, waiving permit fees for very large corporations, such as like the Fairfield, Hy-Vee when they came in. I would just ask, if you do approve all this stuff for Quick Star, that you give them all the same permit fees being waived and all the same tax abatements that I have received, which is nothing. I only think that's fair. Or if you do offer Quick Star some sort of tax abatements or waiving of the permit fees, that's also available to myself as a business and a building owner, but also to other local business and building owners that keeps our downtown thriving, that these tax incentives aren't just allowed to large corporations. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Jim Jube. Live at 503 Locust Road, Decorah, Iowa. I've lived here all my life, and I've seen a lot of changes because things change with time. I remember on Locust Road when we had or on College Drive when we had 5 gas stations from the Whippy Dip to Casey's, 5 of them. We had Big Bear there. We had Jack and Jill there. And we had a 2-lane road. And everybody seems to get it. And I live on Locust Road and all the traffic goes through there. I hardly ever see an accident. And to me, the people that are here, it's you people that got to make these decisions. We can get up here and talk all we want. But as long as these people, Quickstar, look at what they did out on the street out there. They went and put in a new street and it didn't cost the taxpayers a dime. They fixed the waterway there. And I don't think they got any abatements, and I don't think they're asking any abatements over here. All I say to people, when we have somebody come into town that wants to spend a dime in this community and pay taxes, insurance, and think of the people that they're going to hire that are minimum wage people or higher. These people, a lot of people forget about, you think it's lawyers and doctors and all these other kind of professionals in town, but what would you do in the morning if you didn't have somebody in town here to make you breakfast for a cook? All people are important in every job. So when they come into town, they're here for a service. Everybody talks about their money. They're here because they benefit the community. Look at what Walmart, the fight we went through, and look at the things Walmart has done for this community. So it's up to you people, not these people back here. It's up to you people to look at what they are, and if they abide by the rules and regulations and want to help this town and get a tax base going, then I think that's where we should go. Now it's up to you folks. You got to make the decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Jane Hardy, H-A-R-D-Y.
Can you pull the microphone down to you and then speak into it directly?
Jane Hardy,
Much better, thank you.
H-A-R-D-Y, 504 Locust Road in Decorah. I strongly believe that the negatives created by the proposed Quickstar site plan far outweigh any benefits it might bring to Decorah and its residents. Living within a few blocks of the proposed site, I know firsthand how bad the traffic is now and how much worse it will become. I have great concerns about the noise and light pollution that will be created, the terrible harm that could come to our river and water sources from the underground fuel tanks, the danger to the pedestrians, bicyclists, and vehicles navigating College Drive in this area, and the overall commercial truck stop visual we will be left with. I support individual prosperity and economic development for Decorah, but to that end, my great disappointment is that the present owners did not find a developer who would create a site project that would truly be beneficial for Decorah and look to the future of Decorah. In regard to the issue over whether this project is considered a C1 or C2 zoning, it is my opinion that to say this site is a convenience store that happens to sell gas makes no sense. That is like saying the movie theater is a food concession that happens to show movies because 50% of its profits are from the food concession. If the gas portion of the project does indeed hold little importance to Quickstar, then remove it from the site plan, and you will remove a large percentage of the negative concerns the community has. This proposal is a gas station, a commercial gas station that belongs on a highway or in a true commercial area. Property in Decorah is at a premium, and to forever fill this location with a gas station, car wash, convenience store is being extremely short-sighted. As far as the need in the community for a site such as this, within a block of the proposed site location, there are 2 convenience stores and gas stations. It is less than 2 miles to the 2 current Quickstar locations.
You have 1 minute.
And less than a mile to a full-service grocery store, not to mention Hy-Vee and Walmart, and a variety of fast food outlets. For a town the size of Decorah, the current facilities are convenient and more than cover the needs of our population in both the areas of gas and food. I ask that this development, along with all other newly proposed developments in Decorah, be studied very, very carefully for the long-term future, with the long-term future of Decorah in mind, and with a clear vision of what will continue to draw tourists here and people who want to live in and support our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I'm Brian Bacchus, B-A-C-K-E-S. I live at 202 West Main Street in Decorah, above the Peace and Justice Center. People here who know me know that I'm very much a walker. I'm very much a walker. I live right downtown and I love the lifestyle. And this, I'd like everyone to notice that I live right by the Decorah Public Library, and you know, several years ago, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, Don Jose's used to be a gas station and a quick shop. Used to be able to walk there for a pop or a 6-pack of beer or something like that. Just saunter over and saunter back. There also used to be a quick shop on Mill Street. There's a bank there now. So I choose a walkable lifestyle. I like small towns and I like the urban living. And I hate driving. And what I do is I bike or walk. My choice to go get a 6-pack of beer, you know, say at midnight or something like that, is a 20 minutes out to Highway 9. It's not just me, it's everybody living downtown. And
please do not comment during when people are speaking.
So it's 20 minutes there and 20 minutes back. That's 40 minutes for a 6-pack of beer or some chicken or something, midnight snacks. So from about 10, 11 p.m. until 6 in the morning, the high density lived areas in this town, the high density areas where I live and on the west side, people got to get in their car and they got to drive over to Highway 9. They got to burn gas. They got to pollute our air. And the second thing I want to say is, why do we have sidewalks? Walkability is wonderful. I'm completely behind this walkability thing, but please notice that we need places to walk to. And on the west side, after a certain time at night, there's no reason to walk over there. Luther College students are going to heavily walk there and use,
have 1 minute.
This, okay. You guys have probably seen the YouTube videos online of New York City in 1900 with all the buggies and the fast motion people, the high density living in New York City at the time and whatnot. What we're going to see on the west side when this thing gets built is we're going to see something like that. We're going to see people walking there. It's going to be higher density. There's going to be a flux of people going in and out of there, bikers. And I think that's good. All that fantastic churn of activity is going to be a good thing for all of us, I think. I love it. I love living downtown. I love seeing people. I love the activity. I like the vivacity. And this Quick Star is going to provide that section of town a lot of vivacity. And to me, it's all good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
My name's Kate Nelson Rattenborg Scott, S-C-O-T-T. I live at 405 East Broadway. The first thing I want to say as a former Luther employee, faculty member, faculty kid, alumni, thank you, Quick Star, for upgrading us to a university status. However, we are a liberal arts college. Right now, we're under 2,000 students. Unfortunately, for the last 5 years or more, it's been declining enrollments. I would like to see that turned around, but characterizing Luther as a university, I think indicates how little Quick Star, Quick Trip really truly understands our community and the nature of our community. I wanted to thank Jody for bringing up concerns about traffic and a traffic study. Although city staff has been aware of this project for months, as far as I can tell, no traffic analysis study has been conducted or recommended. So I have a lot of questions. Some of these are probably very basic questions that may have been answered if a traffic study had been done. First of all, we heard tonight that they're pushing or looking more at having a grocery store type environment. The current parking allocations include 20 spaces at the fueling pumps. Just wondering, with a grocery store, are there sufficient parking spots in the site plan if it's more a grocery store as opposed to a convenience store? The civil documents as presented to the city show semis delivery vehicles entering the site plan from downtown, heading north on College Drive and turning right into Quickstar. Does the city have assurances that delivery traffic will be routed around the city as opposed to coming through the downtown district? Also, as this site plan is adjacent to a residential district, unlike their other locations in Decorah, are there assurances that deliveries be made at times fitting for residential districts? For delivery vehicles, semis to not go through downtown, they will need to make a sharp right turn at the Quarry Street College Drive intersection, leaving town on Pole Line Road or Old Highway 52. Is this intersection sufficiently wide enough to allow for semis to turn right without blocking other lanes of traffic? And as this is a non-traffic light controlled intersection, will traffic back up at this intersection, blocking access to the residential homes across from the proposed Quickstar? Finally, are there other traffic problems that would come to light if a traffic analysis had been done in this area? If I could, I'd ask Quickstar. I can't, so I ask you to ask these questions of Quickstar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cody Whittle. I'm currently at 607 East Main Street. My last name is Whittle. I am speaking in opposition to the new Quickstar. Pretty much all of the points that I wanted to make have been eloquently stated by a lot of people before me. I currently work at Pulpit Rock Brewery and am aware of the resources that have gone into the landing market and also the customer base that Pulpit Rock brings in. I talk to a lot of people. I'm a bartender. I speak to a lot of people. I know why they come to town. It's for our green spaces, our community, our vibrancy of character. And I really think that having the Quickstar, the third Quickstar in town, will negatively impact all the businesses that are currently there and also have spent so much energy developing new businesses. I also, I appreciate the older generation speaking on behalf of the climate change issue. I think that speaks to what we are as a community if we are allowing a third Quickstar to put a gas station right there. Sorry. The latest IPCC world, it's a environmental, I'm sorry. The latest report from the IPCC, which was started in 1988, is calling for peak fossil fuel usage by the 2025. I think to continue to go forward with another gas station is backwards to what we should be doing. Also, in regards to all of the concerns on pedestrianism that this will bring up, I think it's just backwards to incentivize gas motorists over pedestrians. We see a lot of increase in people coming for the Dunning Springs, the ice cave. I think that's where.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Okay. So the only other thing that I've heard in that people want to see from it is the taxes that it will bring in. I just wanted to bring up the point that the redundancy, having the two pre-existing gas stations there, the two Quickstars already here, I don't see it bringing a lot of tax revenue in that is different than what we already have now. So was that the timer?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm Willard Hanson. I live at 10001 Ridgewood Drive. My last name is Hanson. And I've lived in Decorah for 64 years. And I see all these people that are always opposed to everything. I'm getting sick and tired of people trying to oppose everything that wants to come to me. If you drove uptown Decorah lately and see all the empty storefronts, now if we don't give Quickstar a chance to build there, what are we going to end up with? More empty storefronts, right? And they don't ask for any tax abatement. And I'm just getting sick and tired of these people that move in from out of town and just opposed to everything we do. Pretty soon we're not going to have a town. If they just, every time they come up with something, they're always opposed to it. I'm just getting sick and tired of it. It's time for a change, I think. I think we need to give Quickstar a chance to build there. There was a Jack and Jill store there. They had how many trucks coming in there? They had 3 delivery trucks from the dairies, 3-4 bread trucks, their grocery truck. Quickstar, they come in with 1 gas truck and all the other stuff comes in by semi. So I think it's time to, these people in Decorah to wake up. They shot down Menards, could have had a Menards, didn't get that. Now they want to shoot this down. It's time to wake up, but let's go ahead and get another Quickstar there on the west side. We had 17 gas stations there at one time. Now we have 5 where you can get gas. We had 8 clothing stores and now we don't have any. So Decorah is going to go down the tube if we don't wake up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Scott Carlson, 405 Decorah Avenue.
Can you put the microphone up a little higher?
I'm Scott Carlson in Decorah Avenue, 405 Decorah Avenue. I'm going to speak in favor of the Quickstar. I think we have to be very, very careful to be selective about businesses when a recession is looming. I think Quickstar has demonstrated to be a good community citizen, a good employer. And I think all of the hyperbole about the traffic, number one is that, but I also think it speaks to that it's going to actually meet a need and a vital service on the west side. So for that, I support it.
Thank you very much. Next. Be sure that while people are talking, can you please hold your conversation? Thank you. Who's the next one?
My name is Russell Novak, Novak, 2036 Grandview Road. I think this is pretty simple. We're going to double our tax base. We're going to provide better paying jobs. We're going to control our stormwater management on the whole side of town. And we're going to provide a convenience store for everyone on the west side of town. I go to a store twice a day and driving all the way over to Quickstar. We got Casey's that doesn't pay their employees worth of shit. You know, they're closed at 8 o'clock and I want to go to a gas station. You know, the building doesn't look that nice now. We're going to cut the roof space in half. We're going to provide green space that the city's currently spending money for on College Drive right now. And they're going to do it. This is a no-brainer.
Thank you.
Here, I want to point out that Jim Martin Schramm's hand is raised.
Oh, thank you. Jim Martin Schramm, I see your hand is raised.
Right. Hi, Mayor Borowski, members of the City Council. My name is Jim Martin Schramm. I live at 104 Spring Street, Decorah. My surname is Martin, Martin-SCHRAMM. And I'm here tonight representing the Sustainability Commission, which I chair. Several members of our commission have had significant concerns about this project in terms of zoning, but it is our understanding that we need to confine our remarks to the site plan, which is what we have done with the remarks that we sent you last Friday. As you know, in the ordinance that you passed establishing our commission, the first duty of the Sustainability Commission is to advise the City Council on policies and practices regarding the sustainable use and management of resources, including the 8 categories or systems that are outlined in the sustainability plan. The transportation vision statement in the plan states that Decorah aspires to be a leader in promoting and encouraging active transportation. Two goals of the plan are to increase the amount of walking and bicycling in Decorah and to increase the accessibility of our community. These goals align with other community priorities for the College Drive area. During the 2018 Community Transportation Visioning Sessions, College Drive emerged as a priority in terms of improving pedestrian qualities by utilizing the right-of-way as a barrier from traffic with added vegetation for shade and color, designating a new trail and limiting vehicles crossing the pedestrian way to make walking and biking safer. We strongly encourage the City Council to use its authority to work with the project developers to develop a final site plan that furthers these goals. More specifically, we'd like to see a site plan that focuses on safety and access for all community members and Quickstar customers. College Drive is a corridor with high pedestrian traffic, and the proposed business will serve the surrounding neighborhoods just as it will serve transient drivers. Moreover, Quarry Street, Ice Cave Road functions increasingly as a greenway and corridor for active transportation and recreation, connecting some of the most popular parks and sites within the city with a middle segment that is now closed to motor vehicle traffic. This corridor may become a major active transportation and tourism hub, given the council's prioritization of Sustainability Plan Action Item ED8, which seeks to develop Ice Cave Road into an area that aligns tourism and recreation and sustainability. The site of the proposed Quickstar is essentially the western gateway to that corridor.
Steve, your time, or Jim, your time is just about up.
Oh, all right. Well, anyway, that went a lot.
It is up.
Anyway, you have our stuff in writing. We have 4 major recommendations. Hope you will consider them. We hope Quickstar will think about investing in renewable.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else online who wishes to speak? And if you know how to put your hand up, please do so. I can't see you, but somebody can see you. Is there anybody else in the building that wishes to speak? Did you get correspondence that needs to be entered into the public hearing?
Yes, there were 3, I believe. 3 written objections, all of which have been included in Dropbox and available for council, as well as the public.
And those are only the ones that went to you, right?
Correct.
Because I got a bunch and I didn't forward them because I came in, but.
Yeah, to be received for public record, they need to send it to our office and indicate that this is for public comment.
Okay.
Brandon Schmidt, CHMIDT, 107 Quarry Street. So the Quickstar is a 20 pump gas station at the entrance of Dunning Springs. I find that the representative Quickstar doesn't really have a grasp on what Dunning Springs represents to Decorah or the park system there. I know that 3 of the city council members have pretty much already made up their mind, Chisel, Johnson, and Hadley. That was last fall, but they were rubber stamping whatever Quickstar says anyway. The zoning committee, I found that kind of odd that they were okay with putting in a truck stop in the middle of town. You talk about downtown, you talk about in town. What's been done on the west side of Decorah is, I think, quite nice. It's no longer a row of gas stations and I think Quickstar could have a place on West Decorah, but they're kind of just shoving what they want on Decorah, not what Decorah wants or what Decorah may need. You know, people talk about being able to walk to a place or drive to a place. Yes, we are 2 whole miles away from another Quick Star. That's 4 minutes in Decorah. It's not like we're a university town where we have to drive 20 minutes to another town. It's you have to realize we are a small town and treat a small town as a small town should feel or be. Not having a truck stop, like I said, in the middle of town. That's where we stand. What is, and then the car wash from 6 to 10, not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you.
No. Can we clarify that this is not a truck stop? I mean, let's.
That's,
are we,
you know,
are we
okay.
Are we expecting trucks to come there?
That'll be enough. No, that is enough. I'm not getting into a discussion in a public hearing. Anyone else? Seeing none? I'll close the public hearing. We'll move on to the council discussion. I'll ask the gentleman from Quick Start to come back up to the podium. Okay. Yes, it is. And I actually told him to come back up. You're welcome. Because now the time is for the questions from the council and discussion to be given to Quick Star and then replies back.
What you mentioned the elimination of 3 driveways as part of this site plan. Could you tell me what the, I guess, the total feet of driveway that is being eliminated? I mean, are we trading 5 tiny driveways no one uses for 3 huge driveways that are longer that many people will be using?
I don't have the measurements of those current driveways, but if you're there, you could easily fit 4 vehicles in them, are designed to do 2 vehicles per. The one that sits in front of Roscoe's Bar is a very narrow driveway, but it is an access off of College Drive in front of Roscoe's.
Let's see this. There is 3 I know there is 3 driveways there.
It's not really curb and gutter. It's kind of a flat, wide opening of 2 of the current driveways. Our site plan will define curb and access and can be arrowed if needed to for drive aisles.
In an email that I think you and I exchanged, but it might have been another representative of Quick Star, so I don't want to put you on the spot. The sort of declaration was made to me that Quick Star didn't anticipate any additional traffic to the area because of this project. Is that Quick Star's official position, and did they have a traffic statement to back up that claim?
We have no traffic statement to back up. No traffic study was required by city staff or by the state. We typically grab the traffic that's there. Yeah, occasional people will come into town. This location is a neighborhood store. My study would be that 90+% traffic that's going through there today would visit our store and not bring additional traffic on my personal study, visiting the area.
Wait, can you say that again? Sorry. You don't think there will be additional people coming to the store? You just think it will sort of
you're grabbing the traffic that's there today. DOT in 2017 shows roughly 9,500 cars at that location. That meets our requirement for a store. Those are, you know, when they do those traffic, that's traffic 24 hours a day. That's grabbing the people that come to visit your community and your community members.
So just to be clear, your assumption is that people using the other two quick stars will stay at the other two quick stars, and that this will just be people who are passing by in this area, not specifically going to Quick Star as the location.
Yeah, I think nutritionally, you're going to lose some business at the other two quick stars from the folks that are coming from the west side. So those folks are already traveling that road.
Right.
Now they're not traveling the other roads in front of the other quick stars.
So the market, the reason then for the store is not to attract people to your store, but just grab people up from where they are.
It's to service the west side of Decorah.
Could you speak to Quick Star's assertion regarding the light externalities, the nighttime illumination?
Yep. So we are a black sky store. Everything is 90 degrees. We hold all of the looms on our site. There are no looms that filter off of our actual property.
Is that a claim you make about the other two Quick Stars in town? Or is it just this project? I'm not sure.
Typically our stores are that way. Lighting has gotten to be easier with the LEDs to shine and deflect to be off the property, as I'd say. So in your site plan, I believe it is page it's E1 in the site plan that has your photometrics on it. And if you look outside of the property line, you'll find 0.1 to 0 looms outside of the property line.
Could you clarify to me as to whether that's a net loom externality, or if it's like, I guess the question I'm saying is, does that say basically our parking lot and store roof, which are black, absorb light? And so, you know, it counts the albedo of your store's non-reflective surfaces as counterbalancing the light generated by your advertising and signage. And I say this, I'm asking this question because I find it incredible. Like it's hard for me to believe that a Quick Start doesn't project light outside of its footprint, because that seems not to be what I see at every other Quick Start I've ever seen. So could you explain to me why that is?
I'm the real estate manager. I can get you those answers from store engineering, but I can't answer that today. We're bright under our store. We meet all of the city ordinances, light requirements.
Are there, do you also have non-traditional lighting options other than the one you're proposing?
We can dim our lights under the canopy. We find that we have done that to meet city ordinances, and we've had the police department come back to us because our cameras can't pick up license plates, make of the model, faces, things of those ordinance. Or if there's issues, if there's something that happened, a hit and run, or if there's, you know, anything that's not supposed to happen out on the sidewalk, our cameras can catch those. If the lighting isn't bright enough, those cameras will not get those facial features and will not get those license plates. So typically we're going back to the council and asking for a variance to raise our light underneath the canopy for the police department. So we feel it's very important to have that bright light under the canopy, and again, keep the looms onto our property and meet the city requirements of lighting.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Dax, I guess I had a couple of questions in reference to, obviously you can see a lot of people in the community are concerned about the traffic flow through that area and the problems that might concern. Could you clarify one way or the other whether diesel fuel will be an option to be obtained at this particular Quick Start location?
Diesel fuel on the outside of the canopy. So like on the, typically what we do is on the outside lanes, there's diesel option. And again, and our canopies are high enough for box trucks, right? But going through downtown, this isn't a truck route. We're not going to send commercial fuel, semis to fuel at this location. That's not the intent here. The intent is to provide all the fuel options for the folks that drive diesel vehicles, non-ethanol vehicles. So you'll have your high octanes, you'll have your E88, you'll have diesel fuel here at this location.
Okay.
As far as semi-traffic goes, we have delivery every day.
Right.
Right. Just like a grocery store would, just like anybody that's feeling that. You'll have your Pepsi trucks, you'll have your Coke trucks if they come in a semi, or if they come in a box truck. I don't know here, but typically they're in a box truck.
Referring to your site plan, circulation plan, SB0, it appears that you have on that plan, it shows that you'd have truck traffic coming like north on College Drive and then entering your facility, as well as coming down Quarry Street and entering the facility from both directions. Is that your plan, that would work? That's
so we do these truck movements to show that delivery trucks can make these movements. So this is not a semi to show that it's fueling. This is a delivery truck option to be able to get to the store, not run over the curbs, not take out a light pole.
What do you guys anticipate truck traffic that leaves out of there on Quarry Street and heads up to College Drive? Do you think they could actually make a right turn there onto College Drive off of Quarry Street?
I don't have those turning movements provided here. Our convenience transportation group decides how best they can deliver to the store.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Doug.
Just thinking about diesel pumps, I wanted to go back to a couple of things that you said in your presentation and ask a couple of questions. And one of them is on the EV chargers. I think I really like sort of this idea that many of the public brought forward of we're trying to look towards the future, right? And I think as a council, one of the decisions we're always looking at is not trying to think about what once was, but what will be. And I think EV chargers are coming. And I'm curious, you said that you can't do them right now, but are there any quick stars anywhere that have EV chargers?
We do. We have, I believe we have one in Waterloo. I think the 3 out of the 5 that we have are all in Iowa.
So why not here?
Those were implemented by the state. The state paid for those to be put in. We granted their request. I know that they haven't been utilized as much as the state would like to see them utilized. We're finding interstate 4-lane plus traffic is where the EV chargers are today. The folks that live in the community can drive their 300 miles without having an empty battery, so they can make it home. They're not pushing their battery life. They can go home and charge overnight.
I'm just thinking about the cars you said with the license plates that aren't here, right? And this idea that you're looking to build a store where people shop and stay. And so I guess I'm just curious why you couldn't put in some, I mean, and the idea that most of the chargers are standard. The only one that's different is Tesla, and they have adapters. So I guess I think if they're there in other stores, what it would look like to try to get them here.
What we're finding in a lot of communities is your golf courses, your office spaces, those people are investing in those EV chargers because people are driving to that destination and are there for multiple hours to use that.
So then my other question, just based on your presentation, has to do with sidewalks. And it's not that so what you're suggesting is that you can't put green space between the street and the sidewalk?
We can.
But you didn't because you were worried about sightline, correct?
Our recommendations to the city staff off of the notes that they had given us from P&Z, they were thinking to jog this up, and our civil engineer and our store engineering folks didn't like that this would jog. So you're seeing 2 different sight lines at the moment. Now, if the street's going to get revitalized and that sidewalk's going to change completely down College Drive, I think that's a great thing to do, the green space up against the curb.
Sure.
And we can build that way. We can do that. We have some challenges with utilities, but it's.
And would that, but the sidewalk would be rebuilt with curb and gutter on that side. So there would still be, right now, it's like a 0 entry into the seat.
Correct.
Okay.
Can you talk a little about the greenery, which is extremely important in that area? The greenery that you have there.
The green space? Yeah.
Correct. And could you tell, like, who maintains that? Do you change that out? Who takes care of that? And I know that with the other gas stations, things are pretty clean and kept up, but I wondered about what the maintenance for that would be and who does that.
So in your site plan, what page this is, you have our landscape plan, which I think, and Jeremy can help me with this, I believe that it's well over the requirements that the city has in their ordinance.
Okay.
So for green space. So this is just a pretty picture, right? So we're going to have the green space. That green space is watered. That has a sprinkler system. We're going to put in the number of trees that's required or more. We put in bushes. We put in flowers. We typically try to have more green space than normal convenience stores do. We like the feel of green space. We know that people have dogs. We know that people need a place to walk and potty their dogs if they are traveling. We understand that. We've been putting dog bags out at some of our convenience stores where people are using that green space for their dogs. We got to worry about sightlines, right? So we got to make sure that we have trees in the correct spots, bushes in the correct spots. We typically hire local people to mow the grass, to maintain the bushes, make sure the bark is still in its place. If it rains hard and it washes out, we have people that are contracted locally to take care of that. So here you're going to have a lot of green space. There's going to be a lot of maintenance here, and that's a huge cost to the store. We do the one thing that a lot of people don't realize with Quick Trip Quick Star is, I call it the bathtub. On top of our store is flat, and all of our compressors, all of our air conditioning units, all of our plumbing that needs to go, all of our venting is in that bathtub. It's not visible outside of our store. You don't see 7 air conditioning units. You don't hear 7 air conditioning units running on the back side of our store. They're on the roof. We have the roof is pitched to kind of cover that and keep that sound in there. It's very well thought of and designed that way. We are LED certified, LEED certified. Our stores are very efficient, those types of things.
We have a historical marker on that. You incorporate that into your, and replace, put it in, move it.
Absolutely. Yep. And if it requires an easement with the city, we would put that in place. It'd be a recordable easement that people can find publicly.
Would it be?
Dax, we hadn't really heard about the store concept until today, or at least I hadn't. Didn't see it in Dropbox, and I find it interesting as we try to evaluate the scope, especially as it's a different style store than the other 2 stores that we have in our area. It doesn't look any different from the outside to me. Is there a way for us to better understand the mix of the store and whatnot as it might relate to the layout and scope of the site plan?
I don't know if I'm understanding your question, but if you're asking if the canopy out front and the store behind, is that?
No, this is a new version of a store, correct?
Oh, the new version, yeah. The outside of the store is very similar as the stores that you have in town today. You know, full brick, clad windows, clad doors, more windows than, you know, most convenience stores or grocery stores have. Around the outside, you'll have You'll have two entries, one entry on Corey and one entry facing College Drive. So very, again, I hear walkable, I hear, you know, bike traffic, pedestrian traffic. Those two entryways allow for that walkability.
You're talking entry into the store?
Entrance into the store.
Because
back when,
go ahead.
Sorry, Steve, I didn't hear the last part of what you said.
Well, I looked at the site plan drawing here and there were two driveways, but he was saying there's one entry. So I asked him if that was into the store off Corey, and that's what he said, yes.
Yeah, we have two vestibules, one out front and then one off Corey. The yellow shaded area on the south side of the store is the designated delivery area for safety.
Dax, in reference to Ross's question real quick, you mentioned it was a Generation 3 store. Is there one comparable to that in the area here that like relates similar to that, the layout of it and things like that?
This was a new build that we started this year. We have a new store in the north end of Holman, which is very, very, very similar to this.
The one in Guttenberg, is it similar to that one?
Guttenberg's a Generation 2 store. Okay. Really, when you walk inside, what you'll notice of the Generation 3 store is the openness. It's just a bigger store. There's larger walking aisles. There's shopping carts available. There's a seating area available. And then the colors of the store. If you know our stores and you shop our stores, a lot of the aisles are going to be the same. You're going to know where you're going to go to find your product.
You talked about seating areas in and outside. Can you explain?
Yes, we typically have 2 to 3 picnic tables outside for folks to not enjoy the 100-degree weather. And then inside, if find a site plan that might show it a little bit better. So on the north end of the store, just past the second entrance, we'd have a seating area to that. So when you walk in off of Corey to your left, there would be seating.
Inside the store itself?
Inside the store. Yeah. And then typically with picnic tables, we'll fill this area here, painted curb line, and then we usually try to pick something under a tree, out of the green space area to allow for more picnic tables.
So I have a question. I mean, it seems like a lot of focus is on the store, which is great because I appreciate the new model and the store in general. And at planning and zoning and at the Board of Adjustment, there was discussion about, is it a store with gas as sort of this accessory thing? And as I think about the size and scope of your project, the thing that I had the hardest time digesting is 20 pumps, right? That's huge. That's a lot of pumps. That seems like you're a gas station first.
10 pumps, 20 fueling locations.
20, well, it's still more than you have in any station in Decorah.
University, college, 10
No,
pumps.
no,
I'm just
but
kidding.
I get that, but I happen to work in Postville, right? Where Quickstar is literally the hub of the community and you don't have that many pumps there. And that's highway to highway. So I just, I wonder, is there any thought about scaling about pumps? Is that a discussion that you're willing to have?
That was my question too.
So Short Street has the same amount of fueling locations as this store does.
It's also more on a highway.
Yeah,
That's
but
correct.
they don't have 5 bays, so they just have longer. Is that why it is? Like when I counted, I thought there were 4.
Bays, are they 3? No, they wouldn't be 3 deep. That's a good question. If there's 4 bays, 2 pumps, that's 16 fueling locations.
Right, which is why I'm pretty sure, and maybe I can
That's
follow
what
my words to be
Montgomery
wrong, but
has.
I'm pretty sure there were 4 bays.
I looked and I agree with you.
So
Okay, so there, I really would like to have that discussion because what I was going to ask with EV chargers, or can you replace them with it? Sounds like
Yes.
you don't want to go that direction. So my other question and ask would be, will you be willing to go much lower than 20? Because that's a large amount of gas, which is a lot of in and out traffic.
So when the day comes that EV comes, right, we'd have 5 lanes to adjust for EV.
You could have 4 lanes and adjust down to 3.
Dex, can you and Emily both make sure you use the mics?
I'm close. Can you not hear me?
It's better now, yeah.
Sorry.
So this is our typical store model. This is what we like to do. This allows people in and out of our store at a 5-minute, 10-minute, 15-minute pace, however long you need to shop in the store. Allows for parking, shaded parking, hot day today. You'll find that your typical older visitor is going to find the shade and park under the canopy and visit the store.
You mean they'll leave their car there and then go into the store and they'll leave it under the, could you have a canopy that just extends? I mean, again, the idea of 20 pumps to me is a high traffic in and out, not convenience store, but gas station.
It also brings safety and convenience around the store. It guides people to those locations. We get the question a lot, why do we have such a short throat between the canopy and the store? It's pretty simple. It slows people down. It forces people to look in their mirror, look over their shoulder to back out of their parking spot.
Okay, well then in my same questioning, so you're saying 20 pumps is non-negotiable, or would you be willing to go down? I come from a family of lawyers.
I don't think we would service the folks that are going to frequent the store with less pumps. We get lots of complaints from the 2 stores that we have now that there's not enough pumps.
Add more pumps there, right?
There's not enough space.
Yeah. Okay. So my next question then, and I think you addressed this on Friday. For what I've heard, I was unable to make that meeting, and I apologize. But I am very curious. That was a sustainability meeting, just to be clear. I can see drawbacks, but I'm also curious about the flip store, right? It is intriguing because it's certainly more aesthetic and would slow down traffic even more if that store was flipped with the gas pumps. Can you explain sort of Quick Start's perspective on that?
Certainly. I personally feel a store that's flipped is going to create the noise in the wrong position, right? You have 9,500 cars a day on College Drive. Your noise from that traffic alone is louder than any noise that we're going to carry under the canopy. If we flip that canopy and we put it on the quiet side, the residents across Corey are going to hear, the TV commercials. They're going to hear the diesel truck that doesn't shut off in the wintertime. They're going to hear those people on that side of the store. And I just feel like that's the wrong way to face for the folks that are on Corey Street. Also, Corey Street, I don't believe you want to take all that traffic onto Corey Street, and that's what people will do if our store is backwards. People are going to go to the side of the store that has that opening. You're going to bring more folks onto Corey Street, and you're going to circle them around, and they're going, I think you're going to have the same amount of people want to exit College Drive. But I think the way the store sits today, more folks are going to use College Drive than they are going to be on Corey Street. And I think that's important. We've put a lot of thought into this.
No, and I know you haven't. I think what comes back to my mind that's difficult is that the idea behind this, right, I think when you presented to the Board of Adjustment, is that this is more of a convenience store than a gas station, yet every accommodation that we're making is because it's a gas station, right? So I hear you. And I just keep thinking, so it's primarily a gas station, right? With a lot of traffic. And I really like the convenience store idea. And I kind of want to highlight that and figure out how do we actually make it that, as opposed to this 20 pump, largest gas station in Decorah in the middle of a residential area.
That's a hard question.
I'm sorry.
Right. So again, this is what we do. People visit us because they can get $20 of gas or couple gallons today on $20 of gas, but they need their milk, their eggs, their butter. They may grab some chicken. They may grab a donut on the way out. It's the convenience of having the gas that makes us so successful.
And then as long as I have you, and then I promise I'll stop. You brought it up, so I just want to ask quickly. Do the TVs turn off at a certain time or are they on all night?
That is something we can control.
Okay.
And there is a mute button. When you're up there, there is a mute button on the right side of the screen that you can hit so you don't have to listen to those commercials.
Do they run even when people aren't at the pump? So they always running?
Nope, they only run when the lever's lifted and someone's fueling.
Okay, thanks.
I guess I wanted to get back to the traffic issue a little bit. You said you were willing to line up your exit onto College Drive to match up with Iowa Avenue, which
We've
I
made
think,
that. Yep, we've made that adjustment.
Okay. I think we're going to have to move a fire hydrant and an electric pole. Is that something Quickstar is willing to pick up the tab to do that?
That's part of our construction cost.
Okay, good. I appreciate that. Along that same line, I think you said something at the Friday meeting about putting lighted crosswalks, 2 of them on Iowa Avenue there, or going over to the Quickstar site. Is that?
We'll take the city staff's recommendation if it needs to be on Quarry, if it needs to line up with Iowa. But I believe a lighted crosswalk would serve really well here, and Quick Trip's willing to pay for that.
Okay.
And put that in.
Appreciate that too. Lastly, I guess in reference to the same type of thing, if we find that the traffic flow is increased tremendously in that area and we see we need a traffic light at that spot, is that something Quickstar would be interested in picking up the tab for as well? Or, I mean, I know we're getting ahead of ourselves here because we don't know that would happen, but that's quite an expenditure that we.
The answer to that is, of course, we don't want to have to pay for the whole entire bill of that. If that's bettering the community, if there's safety grants or some kind of grant that's available out there, Quick Trip would love to partner with the city and make that intersection more safe if it's possible.
Okay. Appreciate that, Dax. Thanks.
I want to make sure that we have input from the council that are on TV and including Jeremy Brill, and since he's the one that's worked with things. So Ross, I think I interrupted you, so why don't you go first?
Dax, back in September, last September, I sent the Iowa Department of Transportation visioning plan. It did incorporate a traffic study for the area and did indicate a high level of walking, biking, and their recommendation of bringing a pathway from our right of ingress just off of the Fifth Avenue Bridge, kind of back behind that entire campus along the dike area. I know you've had that data, and I know that the sustainability group, as part of our sustainability plan, also spoke highly of walkable, bikeable. Is there any way that a rear path through your campus could be done similarly to what the Iowa Department of Transportation recommended?
So we're certainly going to improve the gravel road that's there today. Again, curb and gutter, pavement. You have other landowners in between that start of the path and Quarry Streets, and I can't answer the question for them. But if there's a way to improve any type of walking path, bike path, we have to give the city 15 feet from the base of the dike as an easement. I think we could incorporate something in there as well for the pedestrians if needed. We have other landowners in there as well.
Yeah, I guess that coupled with the economic development goal of the sustainability plan to turn that corridor of Quarry Street, Ice Cave Road into a pedestrian area. I just very much encourage the flip concept and the possibility of an access road back there to tie in all aspects of transportation, not just as a convenience store, you're convenient to all modes of transportation.
I would think if you had the pedestrian path along the dike and you flip the store, you're causing more pedestrian and vehicle traffic if that path is going to be designated for that and not use a sidewalk out front, which could be
they're behind. They would be behind your store, so they would be avoiding your driveways altogether.
You're asking for a path though against the dike, correct?
Between your land and the dike. Yes, I mean, that was in that document, the visioning plan that the DOT put together.
So flip the store or not flip the store, I guess is.
Flip the store and have the back, because the pumps would be to the back. So your walking area would be completely away from all the driveways.
I'm looking at the map. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out where you all are.
Okay, so if you look at the,
You want to pull that up?
You probably can't see this, but if we were to flip the gas canopy here, you're narrowing this whole area up here, and now you're asking for a walking path here where all the cars are going to come to the pumps, and you're going to cause that congestion between pedestrians
turn the pumps,
and cars.
though, 90 degrees?
If your pumps are here and your walking path is here.
No, if you turn the pumps 90 degrees, so it was going north
this
and
way,
east and west, and the store was up along the greenway, flipped 90 degrees, so that bicycle and foot traffic on the walkway got into the store easier.
So if you were just to flip this 90 degrees, we don't have enough space to actually make that work. There's not enough space north to south to spin the store. I think the Sustainability Commission was asking to do a 180 flip.
right. And if you do the 180 and the pumps are to the canopy is to the back, yeah. I mean, because I'm on video and you're showing the council, but I'm looking at the same thing I think you're looking at. You still have the same, you would still have that same curvature and little bit of that cutoff of your parking lot. And if you look at the Pizza Ranch parking lot,
yep.
If we ran it basically that blue line,
yep,
and we ran it back, because if you look at the top edge of your site plan, where your detention basin ends,
yep,
that's about where the multi-lane path picks up for walkability there. So you'd be bringing foot traffic off the bridge, off Fifth Avenue, along back to the dike, and avoiding the whole frontage area altogether. So it's basically the creation of another lane of pedestrian traffic.
Do most people walk on top of the dike? Because when I go by here, I feel like everybody's walking on top of the dike.
That wasn't the Department
just
of
asking a question.
Transportation's, the Corps of Engineer and the DOT don't like people walking on the dike. So that's why I'm asking the
20 inner tubers doing that when I came into town today.
Yeah.
I also, let's see, we've got Kirk Johnson. Do you have anything?
I'm just interested in working with Quickstar to, reduce all of the overhead power lines and other things that are, kind of a distraction there.
Yeah, one of the things that we need to still work through is easements with utility companies. And I think working with city staff, the utility company, and Quickstar, the goal would be to hopefully get rid of a lot of those overhead lines that are there today.
Thank you.
And then I wanted to, we haven't heard from Jeremy Brill, who worked, I think, with this part. Jeremy, what kind of questions or comments do you have about what you had requested from them?
Yeah, we provided a letter. I guess I can answer any questions on that, but otherwise I don't know that I have anything that hasn't already been discussed.
Can I ask for clarification on something Ross said?
Mm-hmm.
So there hasn't been a traffic study yet, right?
For what I would call a traffic study as it relates to this specific site, I would say no.
Yeah.
Because it would be more a traffic impact analysis than a traffic study like what Dax had discussed before.
Okay. Have you done, have other communities asked that you do a traffic impact study? I mean, we know how much traffic is there and we already know we have a problem. So what we don't know is what we don't know.
Right, the impact. Yeah, a lot of communities do ask for them. Some pay for them, some ask us to pay for them. Some allow us to have our own consultant and some hire the consultant and we have to pay the bill. It's all across the spectrum on all 4 states that we are in today. Community leaders usually ask for that if needed. A lot of that shows not if the store will be on the corner or not. It's more for where the driveways belong or not belong.
But in a traffic analysis study, and this is actually for both of you, I would imagine, right? Is there expertise out there that can sort of predict an impact of this size of this project on a road like College Drive? Because I want to avoid what Kirsten is saying. I mean, if we get 5 years down the road, I don't want to say oops and have to redo all of College Drive at the public expense. And I want to know we're entering into a good partnership in that way. And I feel like the only way we're going to know that is if we have data that we don't have right now.
Sure. You want me to go first?
Go ahead.
Okay. So there are firms out there that provide planning services that can do something, provide a transportation impact analysis, as I think would be what we're talking about today, as opposed to a regular traffic study. My concern would be how granular is the expectation? Like, is the expectation to determine the market area that a person that lives over in the flat that's currently using the Montgomery store is now going to be in addition, like trying to truly capture what the existing members of the community and their commuting patterns, trying to figure out this impact? You're not going to get that granular. What can be done is, and Dax, I think, actually brought this up before, those traffic impact analysis, they have standards like with SUDAS that we use that say, based on the number of fueling stations, here's the expected max peak use of that facility. But you got to take that max use, and did speak to several firms to this. This is not just Travis stating this, but you have to subtract from that calculation what's called the pass through. And that's what Dax alluded to before. It's capturing the traffic that's already going through that location. And now they're just entering the site as opposed to additional traffic count to the intersections surrounding it.
Right.
So that can be done. But if it's trying to figure out, okay, now what kind of sector is going to be pulled from the flat that's now headed to this site as opposed to Montgomery Street, or what's the percentage of their proposed store third location, what's the makeup of that client base that's already driving past the site to go to a different site? We're not going to be able to figure that out that granularly.
How about the impact of the traffic of this situation toward the traffic wanting to get to Ice Cave and Dunning Springs?
Mm-hmm. You're going to figure out within reason numbers. That's it. And as Dax alluded to, it's driveway location. So it's anticipated that Corey Street in a max hour flow. And I am by no means a traffic engineer. This is me attempting to relay information. But they may show that Corey Street max flow will queue up 3 cars. So the driveway then should be at least 3 cars away, correct? Mm-hmm. So that's a lot of times what these traffic impact analysis are used for.
Correct.
Do they?
And then you have your seasonal, you know, it depends on when you do that TIA.
Right. So we want it during school, 8 a.m. on a school day. Do they also use comparables? Because I am curious. This probably isn't your only store like this in a C2 area that is of the size, it would be nice to know comparables before and after.
No, we're in a lot of neighborhoods, you know, it's zoned correctly.
Right. No, I'm not questioning that. I'm saying, but I would assume then there's a store we could look at and be like, okay, here's what happened here, sort of thing. And here's what they did to mitigate any issues, or.
We have 811 stores across 4 states.
We can pay someone to find it. I'm sure.
You could pick some stores. Something nearby, you know, when we took over Quillen's in Postville, there was some concerns.
Yeah.
Right. We took a driveway away. We narrowed the driveways. We made that more safe for people to come in and out of. There hasn't been any issues there at all. It's been better.
I was trying to think, Dex, the Asbury location. You're familiar with that one at all?
Yep.
That one might be 20 fueling locations, 10 pumps. I'm trying to think off the top of my head.
Where's that one at?
Asbury, and the reason I'm bringing that one up, it is a choke point, if you will. It has a lot of similar characteristics to this location as it relates to Decorah, that all of Asbury has to drive through this location. Right.
And we have not built that store yet because the city hasn't decided if they're putting a roundabout, redirecting a road, you know, those types of things, to be honest, right?
Circles, put in a roundabout here.
So they've done a traffic impact analysis on Asbury Road probably 4 or 5 times and still don't have that completely figured out with the growth of that community. So, but yeah, certainly, you know, even more of a trap of everybody that lives behind the schools, you know, down the road. They certainly have some challenges there as well.
Gotcha.
What about the removal of the diesel pump? I know we've said that we're not expecting a lot of truck traffic, but you have other facilities in place. I do have concerns about the right turn off of Corey onto College. It's a blind intersection right there, and it's going to be a wider turn for those semis who are coming in and fueling, other than your delivery trucks. What are our options as far as removing the diesel pumps from this plan?
It certainly could be done. I think it'd be a disservice to your folks that drive diesel pickups, diesel cars.
An inconvenience, maybe not yeah, sure.
Yeah, I looked at a store yesterday that actually has side diesel, so a separate canopy. I looked at the numbers of that, and I asked our fueling people to give me the percentages of how many people actually use the separate diesel canopy, which also has non-ethanol gas. It's kind of a river community. And then the number of diesel that's sold out of our typical storefront canopy. And they told me that it was 60-40 because it's not, we put side diesel on there, but it's not a highway store, right? It's not bringing 4-lane, it's not bringing semis. If we were all to sit out there today, how many semis would we see traveling College Drive today? We're not sending separate trucks off of the interstate or off of the highway to this location to fuel. If that helps you, this is no different than any store that you would visit locally. Yeah, do we have in Postville, do we have, you know, John Deere tractors show up and get diesel fuel? We do. We can't stop that from happening, but they're not pulling their trailer. They're driving in town without the trailer on or the, you know, the disc behind them. It's a service that is needed. It's provided. There's a lot of folks in Iowa, in your county, that drive diesel vehicles, cars and trucks.
If it was a yes/no binary question,
I would
can
say
the diesel pumps be removed?
Yeah, we can eliminate any gas at the pump.
All right, thank you.
I'm a school bus driver, and having a diesel pump on the west side of Decorah would be a benefit, particularly because the school bus garage is on the west side.
Okay, fair.
I think of the school being here and the visiting communities that come on bus to run track, play basketball, play baseball. They may need a place to fuel.
Drive your tractor to school day.
Mayor,
You probably didn't hear that.
Mayor, could you confirm that there will be at some point a chance for council discussion? This is a very
sure.
valuable. Okay, I'm just making sure. Thank you.
No, I think I need guidance as far as what other questions you might have or how to proceed. Can you give me guidance on that, Travis?
I guess I would recommend the council start having your discussions, and as conversation may generate additional questions, I don't think Dax is going to leave until the end of the meeting. So
okay.
You can call him back up should any questions come up.
Thank you, Dex. And I do want to say, I really do appreciate Quickstart as a community partner. And I think that you have been great to Decorah. And I really do appreciate that you've taken so far public input and done some changing.
You're welcome.
So I really do appreciate that. So thank you.
Let me know if you have questions.
Maybe just stay close to the front. Okay, then you can walk back up. Okay.
You want to go first, Emily? It seems like you were taking your breath in. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that I feel like we need a traffic impact study. I mean, this is a really big decision. This is 3 acres in the heart of Decorah. It's monumental in terms of the scale of development that we've seen. And I don't think we should take it lightly. And I'm encouraged to see that other communities have done traffic impact studies because I think I want more data in terms of traffic. That's the biggest question in my mind about this site. Not what a great store Quickstar is, because I know they're great and I see the benefits to what they do in Postville and I love it. But I want to be very sensitive to what I think many of our constituents have said, right? This idea of a vision for Decorah that's moving forward and into the future. And we all have that vision to promote walking and biking and a sort of vibrant local vibe feel thing here. And I would hate to create this development there knowing that we've just turned people off to walking and biking on College Drive. So I guess it'll be hard for me to make any decisions without the data of a traffic impact study moving forward.
Mayor, before I start talking, you might want to start your timer. Yeah, all right.
How about if I'll let you know, okay?
All right, but maybe go a little easy on me. Remember, I was elected to represent a lot of people in this neighborhood, and I promise after I'm done saying this, I'm not going to promise. I don't plan to say anything more. Sometimes I sit up here and I feel like what I imagined the pigs that I used to take to market with my dad felt like on the farm growing up. Like, you know, there's men with smiles on their faces that make it really easy to go one way and really hard to go any other way. And I guess we all know what happens to the pig. Our hand, fellow council members, it's really not forced here. I know it feels like these people always win. But we were the ones who were elected to make this particular decision. We have the power to make the right decision for Decorah's people. The people, with some exceptions, speak with a fairly united voice. And I urge you to listen to the people. Some of what they talked about tonight involve things that we can't as a council legally consider as part of the site plan review process. But much of what the public has been telling us tonight and until tonight do touch on things that the code explicitly directs us to consider. And I think we should weigh those comments very seriously. Listen to the people who elected you. I asked a representative of Quickstar several months ago to share with me any information that they had related to the traffic impacts of the proposed store, and I heard nothing in return. Tonight, we've been told that many Quickstars have little to no negative light emissions on the surrounding area, which defies our shared experience, I think. Reasonable recommendations were made by our Sustainability Commission leaders related to the location of buildings on the site, which is one of the things the code directs us to consider. And I don't think we should approve this site plan without better information related to those important issues. Specifically related to what the city code directs us to consider as part of this site plan review, I believe this site plan generates too much traffic on one of the heaviest stressed roads in our city. I believe this site plan produces light to an extent that it will have an adverse effect on neighbors. I believe it shows little accommodation to pedestrian traffic, with perhaps the exception of some paint and even more lighting that we only found out about this evening. This site is not harmonious with the existing and future development of the city along this vital corridor between our college and our downtown. And if you're tempted to think that we could fix this plan by tweaking it, that it could be made acceptable through additional negotiations, that 18 pumps is somehow better than 20, I urge you to reconsider that. It may be that Quickstar might come back, and I hope they do, with a better site plan that addresses many of the concerns raised tonight regarding what the code directs us to consider as we evaluate the plan. Many of the goods and services they want to offer would be welcome additions to the West Side. Who doesn't want to walk for a six-pack of beer or some groceries at 11 o'clock at night? I often have been like, I could sure use some potato chips, and my options are limited on the West Side after about 8 o'clock anymore. But this site plan is not a good starting point for that design, the best one that could happen here. I want to grow Decorah's tax base. I want to improve the provision of goods and services to our West Side, but not at the expense of dividing neighborhood from neighborhood with traffic, not at the expense of lighting up the beautiful night skies in the middle of a residential community, and not at the expense of my children's safety. They deserve a stress-free walk or bike to school, as do every other resident of the West Side, or to downtown, or to whatever else they're going to. They deserve that. And this site plan does not create the opportunity for that. No is a complete sentence. Do I have time left?
No.
Because if I had time left, I was going to compliment the mayor on her gaveling.
Well, there's just some things that you got to pick the gavel up.
Thank you, Mayor.
I think that, we really have to look also at the economic impact and how can we work together to look to see, working with them to meet some of the needs that you're wanting to. You're looking at one thing, but you could go back to them and say, these are the things we need to look at. I think when I look at the fact it's a given, and we've talked about it as far as taxes are concerned. And currently the taxes that are taken in, I better do this because my voice is getting, currently the taxes that are taken in are about $40,000 a year. And clearly by looking at what could come in there, could double that every year. And that's only just with the commercial property taxes. That's not with the convenience store taxes as well. I think also to try and look to see how we can work. I know you talk about money as well, but we have had a decrease in the amount of taxes that are being brought in because some of the changes that have come through from the state, up to about a tune of about 168,000 that are less. And I also think when we're serving a community that at one time for gas, we were looking at maybe people coming from 25 miles out or 35, and now it's more than 35 miles out, or also 45 miles out because they prefer to live out, but they want to work in. So when I look at the commodity of gas, I see that as an important piece as well. I'd like to have conversations like was mentioned as far as looking to see how many pumps they have. I agree with the fact that on the highway they're probably needed. Perhaps that could be a point of an adjustment. And I'd like to see some layout of the plan. I see that. I don't understand fully the sidewalk part from that. So I'd like more further discussion on that. I'd also like to see what having something like that, what does that do to encourage other businesses along there to do the same type of thing? And how through the visioning plan that we worked with, how could we accentuate what they are putting forth? So I guess, you know, from my aspect, I just think there needs to be more discussion and more interpretation and more looking into. And I say that from my mayor's hat because we have a lot of things, we have a lot of things that we'd like, but we have less and less money that we're having coming in. And somewhere along the line, that has to be considered too. But I'd like to hear from comments from other council as well.
Sure. Steve, let me just ask you for a clarification on what you're saying. Are you just saying no to this particular site plan that's sitting right there? Or are you saying no to any site plan that they would come up with?
I certainly could imagine site plans that I think would, you know, be worthy of support.
Okay. Okay. And the reason I ask that is because I think the public here tonight has raised a lot of questions and good questions. I think the council here has raised a lot of questions as well. I thank Quickstar for answering all these questions that we've had. But I think from that, if I understood our possibilities, we can either accept this site plan, deny this site plan, we can put contingencies on this site plan that we request, or we can table this till a later date. Is that correct?
Yeah, so what Kirsten's referring to is that Sustainability Commission, I point out there's, or maybe it was different conversation, but the spectrum, there's one far end, approved site plan as is, the other far end, deny it outright. In the middle, I see really two possibilities for council. One is, as Kirsten pointed out, here's the things identified through public comment and council's review of the site plan. So approval contingent upon those, or here's, and again, that's just one of the possible middle options. And the other one I see being, you've heard comments in general here. Here are the concerns we want you to address and table and review when they come back and address concerns identified by council.
Can I have a question for John? John, I can appreciate the value of a conversation or a negotiation, but it seems to me that given the code is very clear about what criteria we can evaluate as part of this site plan review, I feel as if, I mean, is there any sense legally in which it may be true that the less we say, the better? Once we say no, they can hear what we've said, they can try again. I mean, does that question make sense? Like the thing is, if I say I start wanting this and this and this and this, then are we giving a chance for a case to be built saying that we were considering improper things?
Maybe, but if what you're talking about is you may be open to considering some other changes, whether it's to this site plan or start from scratch, I think that's just best for another day, whether you table this or you send it back to somebody, staff, P&Z, whatever. So yes, to some of what you said. I mean, I think if you do send it back though, it's helpful to staff to have some direction, you know, but you're not going to take a vote on that, right? And, you know, we've kind of run into this before where maybe there's a vote on a yes or no question, but council members make some comments and maybe it's taken out of context, but there needs to be some direction, you know, and it's better. I don't want to speak for all the staff, but it's better to have some comments to work on than nothing. And staff going one direction or talking with Quickstar, and you guys have no intention of approving something. So again, I don't know that you have to get into that discussion completely today. If all you're saying is we'd like to send it somewhere for further workup or in discussion with Quickstar, or maybe it comes back to the council, or you go to a work session. You know, I think
thank you for,
there's options.
Thank you for the response. I personally would be interested in that way forward, but I know there are many members of the council who've not yet had the chance to express themselves. So I don't want to make a motion quite yet.
I think it I mean, we've got the public here, and this is really the first time we've ever had to engage about the Quick Start. It's the first time we've actually had a conversation about it, other than sidebars here and there. So the council's never talked about this. And if you're saying you want to do it in work session, that's fine. It's just that all the public is here. So I think it is good for them to hear what's on our mind and what we're thinking, as it equally was good for us to hear what is on the public's mind. But what I'm hearing is you don't want me to turn around and ask you what accommodations you would want in a site plan, right? You want that at some other time.
I certainly have a laundry list of things, but I vetted everything that I said tonight very carefully against what our city code allows me to say. And I don't want to overextend myself in a way that would put the city in any sort of peril.
Right.
So and to be clear, I have opinions that are germane to our role here tonight, and I have other opinions that are not. And I really think it's important to separate those two things. And so I guess if we get into a freewheeling discussion as part of the site plan review process as to like what stuff I would like to see happen, well, if it's not in the city code and Quickstar has grounds for action as a result of that, then I guess that's just a stinker. So I'd rather really focus on, telling the staff I personally think we can give them generalities. I have concerns about pedestrian suitedness of the site plan. I know that's in there. I have concerns about nighttime illumination. I know that's in there. And I have concerns about traffic impacts. So I guess for me, I'd feel most comfortable just saying, I would like to see you go back to the workshop with the developers and the location and site of the buildings on the site. That's also germane to this discussion. I personally think it'd be best for us to send to staff. We'd like to see a traffic study. We'd like to you to carefully look at pedestrian enhancements. This would be what I'd be asking for. We'd like you to see how open the developer would be to a different, more pedestrian suitable orientation of the buildings on the site. But I think, past that, I don't know how much I can say or we should say.
Well, and my understanding is that we can talk about the size and scope of the project, and to me, these and traffic and so far that is what we are talking about. I mean, those are my concerns as well.
We keep mentioning size and scope, but that's actually not in there. So to the extent to which size generates additional traffic, we can consider it.
Right. Well, that is, I mean, the only reason I'm considering the size and scope is because of the traffic patterns, right? I mean, that is the conclusion of that.
That makes sense.
I do want to go back to something the mayor said really quickly, and I know I've talked, but thoughts don't work linearly.
Okay, I'm still listening.
Okay. My thoughts are not linear. Again, I'm not saying this to be contrary. I'm just saying that when we think about taxes and increasing our tax base, I won't bring up past decisions that we've just made, but I will say that when we look at what really generates taxes, a grocery store does not, in terms of food, is non-taxable. So many of the things sold at a Quickstar will definitely benefit residents. Super exciting, but keep in mind that groceries are non-taxed. So we are looking at an increase in property revenue, tax base. Certainly Quickstar in general is very giving to their communities. I think that's something we should mention and commend them on. But in terms of like a convenience store, what kind of revenue that's going to give us on sales tax, it isn't Menards. So
I actually understand that.
Okay.
I got one question for the council. You keep talking about the pedestrian flow through there. Now it looks like on this revised plan that they have added a sidewalk along Quarry Street to make it safer for folks to walk back to Dunning Springs and Ice Cave. We currently do not have anything there. Am I correct? That's going to be a raised sidewalk with a curb and gutter? Yes, yep, that's what it says here on your map, but it's going to be raised, so it's up out of traffic, not a painted line. Okay.
Could you come back up to the microphone again, please? Thank you.
I'm not 100% sure if that sidewalk is in today or if I saw the plan from Jeremy that there was a sidewalk plan for there in the future.
Is in. There is a sidewalk there today.
It's in your drawing on Corey Street. Yeah.
Right. And the plan is to keep that sidewalk there. And if it needs to be replaced in the scope of the project, it will be replaced.
I think we're talking two different streets.
The one along Quarry shows
Quarry.
a new sidewalk, because what's there now is a widened shoulder, as opposed. But what's drawn, if you're confusing with College shows on the site plan the California style, so back side of the curb, whereas Jeremy, yeah.
Can I clarify it? It's actually, we installed this as part of the Quarry Street storm sewer product. It's behind the curb. It's a California style behind the curb raised sidewalk. It's not a wide shoulder. It's a separate sidewalk. It's just behind the curb.
Jeremy, where does that transition to the widened shoulder?
Past, it goes basically to the existing gravel drive.
Yeah, past the site. Yeah.
Okay.
That's still green concrete, I believe. And anything that gets disturbed from that sidewalk that's there today would be replaced.
I guess I'm very supportive of a concept of a quick star. I like the idea of the new store layout, focusing more on groceries. I do still fall back to our sustainability plan and to the visioning document in hopes that we can work together to find the best solution for this. I think the scope or the scale of the pumps potentially lend itself to traffic areas. As the chair of the street committee and sidewalks, I'm just concerned about pedestrian safety and the commitments we've made through the sustainability plan and through the work of our citizenry and the mayor and myself and Jeremy on the visioning document that we can't ignore. And I hope that we look at those more closely. And but I do very much appreciate Quickstar's willingness to work on the protected access and lighting, and hopefully the shift away from California sidewalks, because we know that in the wintertime, when snow is thrown from the plows onto California's sidewalks, that it's a challenge for pedestrians.
I would just like to say that, given, what Quickstar offers, nothing that they're doing here is different from what has been going on in this general vicinity for decades, from the car wash to groceries to gasoline sales. They fit into what has been the trade activity for decades. And I think that there are perhaps some council members who would like to micromanage, someone else's business without really concern for, what we just allow in this area. And I commend Quickstar for putting together a very good plan, and I look forward to working with them on the pedestrian issues that are involved in that site, as well as the overhead power lines and such.
I just wanted to piggyback on what Kirk had said there. I was just getting ready to say too, the fact that everything that your site plan offers right now, there used to be 2 car washes in that same area. One where Oosgaard and Smith used to be, and one connected on to Bob Standard as well. The grocery store that used to exist there, I've heard people complaining, for 25 years that we've lost a grocery store on that side of town, of which you're going to be offering. Bob Standard used to offer gas there as well. We had several gas stations over there. So everything Quickstar is offering in this site plan currently is what's already existed there previously over the past 25, 34 years. So
I will offer, and this is again not against Quickstar, but I will offer this different perspective of, I get what once was. but I also see a future that is very different than what once was, right? Thus EV chargers, thus thinking about solar panels. And I appreciate I appreciate the equipment on the roof to think about sound and light. These aren't discussions we had 20, 30 years ago because there wasn't models of something different, but we can be that model of something different. And I'm really hoping that Quickstar wants to be a model of something different here in Decorah, because I really do think that our role as council is to think about a community vision that is moving us forward and not trying to replace what once was. That's my perspective on it. I don't think that Quickstar isn't in that equation. I think you could be, and I'm hoping that you want to be. I just want to push for a new vision, not an old one.
So Quick Trip honors that and understands that. We build our store to what the ordinance and the city shows today. And that's what's in front of you today. That's what's been recommended by staff to this point today, and has been approved by P&Z with some conditions as we are today. We understand we go to a lot of communities where we need upfront, we need to know that we have to adjust to what we offer typically at our store on the outside.
And looking at this, just the added surrounding green areas you have is very impressive compared to what was there. I mean, that used to be all gravel, and again, I'm going back, gravel and concrete, that whole side of the street, everything was that. So putting this in looks nice. That will help alleviate some of the light issues, Steve, especially in the summertime when the lights are on and the trees are blooming. That'll keep some of that light from crossing over. And if they're using down lights, like most of them do, I've seen when I'm driving in other communities, sometimes you got to wonder, are you guys open or not? Because it is dark.
Yeah, we're bright under the canopy. We're dull to the outside. And again, the lighting question is we're below the city standards from my understanding of light pollution. And we do take it in consideration. It is something that we focus on and concentrate on and have a black sky to. We try really hard to be good neighbors that way. We've adjusted. If we do have complaints, we have adjusted in the past. It's a history. It's a family-owned company. We can make those decisions tomorrow if we need to.
We've had a long meeting, long discussion. So I think what I'm looking for is guidance as far as it obviously seems like there's a lot more to be worked through.
I'm good with what they're presenting, along with the concerns that Jeremy had, and they're willing to address them.
I think we need more discussion at whether it's council direction to staff or with council. But I definitely don't want to make a decision on this site until there's been a traffic impact study. And so I don't know what the order is. If we first make a motion to do a traffic impact study with some direction on that, I would be interested in working with Quickstar and how it gets paid for. And then more direction from maybe a committee. Open to other people's thoughts, but
I guess I'm leaning to approving a site plan, but not currently as it exists. So, and to try to incorporate everything that the public has said here tonight and everything that's been set up here at the council into several contingencies currently at the moment to go along with that site plan, I think it's going to be awful hard to do. So I guess I would be in favor of possibly, pushing this back to a work session or something like that, where we could get together and incorporate all those different ideas in together with the updated site plan.
I'd speak highly to the Sustainability Commission's recommendations and the consideration of this as being incorporated into what we want to see in the final. I got a response about, well, we can't really flip them or turn them. There's no space. Well, that's why this site plan seems like the buildings are too big in one sense to make room for it all to happen. So I'd like us to be able to come up with a plan that would work but I don't think this one does.
Looking at people on TV if they want to say something.
Did you see any hands up there?
Ross, Kirk,
I think,
any thoughts?
I think Kurt gave his thought.
Can,
I
so
did.
do I,
Chris did.
can I make
think
a
it was-
motion to table it and move it to a traffic study in committee?
So was that question to me?
Yeah, can I make that motion?
You can. I would ask, and it's been, a couple statements have been made. I would ask that within reason of what this council is supposed to be considering, if there are additional considerations that needs to be made by staff in discussions, we need to know those. I can't remember, somebody brought up sending it to a committee or something. If that's the intentions, I would ask that council also make that as part of this motion.
Can you give input as far as if a traffic study should be included in doing something like that, or would that be more in a discussion level?
Now, I think if the council's gonna table this in any way, shape, or form, that make a traffic study part of it, because that's been enough of the questions up here that it sounds like that is going to have to be something looked at before council considers it.
Okay, I make a motion that we table approval of the site plan until there has been a traffic impact study conducted on College Drive, and that we send the current site plan to committee for just, no?
Sorry, my look was which committee? We've got like 20 of them here.
Streets, Ross? To streets, because it's about traffic. I mean, really, I think when we talk about pedestrian safety, when we're talking about anything, we're really talking about traffic. And to
if you had economic development, safety.
I think it should go to streets, but or I mean, I thought I had this.
Would you be open to a work session where everybody can be involved? I think we need.
Sure, council work session. That's
Right.
fine too. Okay, so actually, can we table it to our work session on the 28th? Okay, all right, change my, now I got it.
You might.
Does that work for you? Oh yeah, please.
I just think it would be really important in the traffic study, if that's what you're going to ask for, is one, a timeline, what you're looking for in that traffic study. Is it that it's not zoned correctly? Is it driveways? Is it, what are you looking for in that traffic study? Is it the intersection itself? Is it College Drive itself? I think that needs to be spelled out. And then also, I think for my sellers, a timeline of when this can come back to council. So we're not just hanging out there for somebody that has an empty building now today, prepared for a decision, possible decision today. So I just think there needs to be some details in that decision.
That's fair. So I guess from what I'm looking for in a traffic impact study, we are in a weird timeline because I don't think you can really understand traffic on College Drive until school is in session, both Luther College and public schools. And the dog agrees.
Somebody wasn't happy about that.
So if someone could convince me, if we can talk to a firm that says we can use comparables and we can do a traffic analysis that would indicate essentially what's the load. So I know that there are 9,500 cars that travel College Drive today or during the school season or whatever. What does the impact of then that amount of traffic trying to turn on College Drive in two different regions, right? Quarry Street and the new proposed drive on Iowa Avenue. I'm uniquely interested in the kinds of infrastructure that provides safe turning there, is it going to require another turn lane? Is it going to require a stoplight? All of those things I would be looking for in a traffic impact study.
If I may, Travis, is traffic impact study the word that you use when?
Traffic impact analysis, but at least impact is in there as opposed to just the general traffic study, but impact is the key part.
I object to this, all of this, the direction that we're going, and so does my dog. But I object because we seem to be treating this business differently than we do others. And I see most of these objections as just really putting up roadblocks and trying to stop this particular business from doing business without any real just reason.
I want to be clear. I'm not trying to stop Quickstar. I like Quickstar. What I am trying to avoid is the busiest street in town having more accidents. Any one person of my community being, God forbid, killed on this because we do this. And quite honestly, a bill of enormous magnitude that might be laid on taxpayers when we realize that College Drive can't accommodate the kind of traffic that's going to be there. And I want to know with enough data and confidence that we've done our due diligence. So to me, a traffic impact analysis, even Deck said most communities do one, and we didn't do one. And I think we need to do one before we can make an informed decision about what's best for our community.
Both the Short Street and the Montgomery Street Quick Stars have one less lane of traffic than this particular site. And so I see very little argument that this road can't accommodate a Quick Star.
Even though there's only 1 year of data, you can look at traffic accidents on Montgomery right now, and you can say that last year there were 6 accidents when historically there's been about an average of 1. So you can look at accident data and suggest that we might have a problem. And if we might have a problem, then I want to know the answer to that first.
And then the tabling, which seems clear, there's a lot of questions. Can you clarify if you think that should be in? What type of things would you state for if they want to vote on something like that tonight? What would you include in that traffic study, or how can you propose that?
Well, as a point of order, there is a motion on the table without a second. I don't want anyone to lose sight of that.
I'll second.
I didn't really finish it, but I mean, it kind of got interrupted.
How long are we looking at to do a traffic impact analysis, so to speak? I mean, and what kind of costs are we looking at too?
So one of the comments Emily made was not getting a true grasp on the idea without school being in session and counting turning traffic, left turn, right turn, straight through. That's an actual counters sitting there for 8 hours. I've done them before in the past on street projects in Humboldt. Usually you pick 2 days, you pick 1 weekday, 1 weekend. You're looking at 16 hours of data collection. I'm thinking cost now as well.
Jeremy,
turnaround time's not fast.
Jeremy, do you have any insight on this? We've done traffic and impact analysis on the business park and on the the Veniam edition. Do you have any ideas as far as how long those traffic impact analysis took?
Ross, I don't recall. I think it'd probably be worth reaching out to a consultant that does these. I could guess, but I'd feel more comfortable if we had someone that does these, that we can give them the scope of the project. They can answer that pretty quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Dex, you said that Quickstar in the past has paid for traffic impact studies. Would they be willing to pay for this one? When does Quickstar do them? Like what you said that you do them in the past. Why didn't you do one here?
So typically when we start something, when I get under contract with the seller, we have what we like to call a pre-app meeting with the city. And the city at that point will either tell you, hey, we're concerned about this intersection. We need a traffic analysis for you to come to this location. Some cities, it's just a requirement. So again, it's all over the board. It's each property has its own uniqueness. So each city has its own ordinances and asks from developers. So I do know, I think Ross had talked about that there is a traffic, I think it was a study that was done for College Drive, which would start you in the right direction. A traffic impact analysis is going to take our site. The state puts us in a code that we can't even physically do 400 cars an hour under, 5 lanes of fuel. We can't physically do that. We can't do that, but that's the code they put us in. And that's the code that they do the analysis under. So there's a code for a convenience store.
So when they do it, that's what they'll use.
And that's the generality one if you're not wanting traffic counts of actually turning traffic for existing.
Right. They're going to count every car that goes right off of Corey, every car that goes left. There's not typically cars on the property today moving out onto College Drive or Corey. If there are, they'll mark those down, but they'll count. They'll ask what intersections you want to be watched, counted in traffic movements. They'll ask you those questions when you find a consultant.
And how artificial will it be? I mean, I guess it's really a question for consultants, right? I mean, I am curious because there isn't anything right now in Pyramid Plaza, right, to have traffic there currently, but there's a lot of tourism.
I'm far more interested in additional traffic that this proposed development would generate. And I don't think that's what we're talking about here with the traffic study. I'm interested in induced traffic, additional site visits that are generated by gas stations of this size. That's a thing that traffic engineers, they have tables that they can look up on a 3,000 square foot 20 pump gas station. Here's how many additional trips on average these businesses generate. At least I've been led to believe that that's the case. Oh, good. Travis is nodding. When Travis is nodding, I'm not saying stupid stuff.
Dax alluded to it, that code that the state assigns them.
Yeah, it's a 10% or something. I think that in that code, there's built-in percentages for that.
So will that also give you the number of cars then that won't be going across the bridge to go to the other convenience stores or grocery stores from that side of town?
The scope is usually determined by staff or by Quick Trip, Quick Star of what needs to be studied.
To get a true grasp, we would have to get a pass-through count too.
Right.
And when I say count, I don't mean physically sitting there and counting, because that's again a theoretical.
Right. No, I know, but I mean, theoretically, it's going to alleviate a lot of the traffic coming across, or not a lot, some of the traffic coming across College Drive and onto Water Street, and then either turning on Mechanic or continuing through town.
Yeah, and actually, I do think there actually might be, I don't want to call it a table or a chart, but there are rough numbers given for, depending on your code classification, on what one can anticipate for pass-through.
Yeah, correct.
Occurrences.
And they'll do, if you want a 10-year, 15-year, 20-year scope, they also give you that scope of projected traffic as well, with population growth of the average of, the surrounding community.
Jeremy, just out of curiosity, I hate to put you on the spot, but do you have any opinion about increased traffic flow or how much that would do to this spot?
I think it's been discussed. It's hard to say exactly. I don't think there's any question in and out of the site. Traffic flow will be higher. We did just receive actually a comment from a consultant today that in general, gas stations do not generate more trips to a location. That's from an expert in the field. So I would defer to them really here.
Okay, that was kind of my old question too. I mean, most people probably don't leave their house going to a gas station to get gas. They realize when they pull out of their driveway or pull out of their garage that, oh, I'm down to a quarter of a tank. I better fill up my gas tank up. So
how many people want to get chips at 11 o'clock at night?
My concern for the analysis would be the diesel pump that we look at that corner. the intersection of Corey and College.
Now, I think we had a portion of a motion and we had a portion of a second of a motion. So we may want to.
Well, the fourth Monday is next week.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have enough that I can start having myself and Jeremy. Yes, I'm including you in that, Jeremy. Can start conversations with a number of consultants, see if they can even send us draft proposal, just template proposals. You know, these have been done before. This isn't new, so let's not reinvent the wheel. And by the 28th, during the work session, maybe we can go through those proposals. And then at that time, council can really hone in on what they want to see as part of the traffic impact analysis.
May I just say this so that it's not as if I'm, coming at you a week later with something new. I think I heard over and over tonight in the public comments and in council conversations that we're not just worried about vehicular traffic, but with how it interacts with pedestrian traffic. And I don't know what metrics or studies or guidelines there are out there. I think that there are aspects of this plan that actually do enhance pedestrian safety. And I commend you all for incorporating some of the suggestions. The buffered sidewalk especially is something that I think will do good, but additional turns, the interaction between pedestrians and automobiles at intersections as vehicles turn, that's the number one place where bikes and where walkers are struck and killed. And I think that it's important that that we not proceed without information, as not just does this make it better, but is this the best that we can do to protect people who are traveling by a means other than car. I don't know if there's a consultant out there that can look at this and say, instead of having the crossing, here at the intersection, it should be an elevated crossing at the middle of the block with beacons. There's got to be some way of getting information about how we can not just make our pedestrian experience on the west side better, because it's pretty bad, but how this site plan can serve and should serve to make it as good as this site plan can make it. I don't know if that's enough of a direction for you, but to me, if you can convince me that pedestrian safety is not an afterthought where we get some, additional lighting and paint on the road, but actually is at the center of this, that we think first about human scale design. I know I go on about this all the time up here, but more and more people are walking and biking. I think that makes for a better city. We should encourage it. At the same time, nationwide, for the last 2 years, pedestrian fatalities have been climbing like crazy. Faster speeds, bigger vehicles are contributing to that. But since those changes are happening elsewhere, we should see what we can do to help address that possibility here in Decorah. And I feel like some good steps were made in the site plan, but to me, it's not enough. And that's why I plan to vote no if there aren't substantial changes.
Travis, what if a TIA shows that today, without a quick star in that corner, that there needs to be improvements today? How does that fit into the city?
We add it to the list.
We know that. Actually, I think that's part of my concern. We know we already have traffic problems there.
So the question was, would Quick Star be willing to, pony up and pay for lights if that's what the traffic, analysis says, or it's a roundabout? And we're not even there. And traffic analysis, the TIA says it needs it today. That's a hard thing for Quick Trip, Quick Star to raise their hand and add that much more cost. We're going to have $6-7 million all said and done in a beautiful store here in Decorah.
We won't ask you to build a roundabout.
That's another 1.6 million probably.
I said we won't.
Okay. Don't even say that R word.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need guidance as far as the motion that was made, because there's been a lot of conversation going all around the block on it.
So I have, and tell me if you have different. I have a first by Emily, second by Steve Luce, to table, to pursue a traffic study, and to push this to a work session on next Monday, the 27th.
traffic impact study.
Traffic impact study. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay.
not street. Right. Work session works because then we're all there.
This is Tuesday, right? Correct. 28th.
You want it on the 28th?
Well, I don't,
No.
That's the
what you
work
said
session.
Was 28th.
I feel like we were just trying to get information that you could come back to us and then we could tell you, yes, we want this one. You said you were going to give us stuff to look at on the 28th.
Right. Usually we do work sessions on Monday. Does
Oh.
the 27th not work?
No, it does. Sorry. Someone said it's just me.
All right, so that's on the 27th.
Yeah. Correct.
Chamber event.
There is a chamber event that day that I know several have
Oh, yeah, that's right.
tentatively offered up.
It's
but
a golfing chamber event.
Or did we have a work session scheduled there anyway?
No.
Oh, so then we want to do it on Tuesday, the 28th?
Oh, I remember why we didn't have a 27 scheduled. I have it listed as a tentative MEU task force
Oh.
educational session
On the 27th or 28th?
on the 27th. That's
Okay.
why we didn't have a work session scheduled for the 27th.
So then should we have our
already.
work session on Tuesday, the 28th?
Then you'd have one on Monday and one on Tuesday.
True.
Is that correct?
Let's see.
Everyone, the
Everybody,
council.
all the
That
councilors.
we're trying to get all the council there, so
Does
it's.
that work for you?
Well,
It'd be helpful.
Hmm.
If not, we can change the date. I mean, we're trying to make it, you asked for a timeline. We're trying to do this quickly.
I was just more concerned with who's in there and what.
I think the session was going to help answer the questions you brought up. What do we want in the traffic impact study? What can we get? What are we really looking for? Travis was going to correct me if I'm wrong, Travis is going to reach out to some consultants and say, here's what I can provide for you. We were then going to deliberate on that as opposed to trying to deliberate right now on what we don't know. That makes sense?
and so actually they would come back. Staff will come back with suggestions. Your motion is to table and then pursue, and staff is to come back with suggestions.
Right.
as to when to do it.
But we can't, if
Or, I mean, the first step is definitely the traffic impact analysis. And so I think having a work session on the 28th, which this room is both available, and I'm not aware of any other conflicts for Tuesday, the 28th. Anybody at the table know of anything?
My kid's swim lesson or swim meet.
just so the public knows, we can't take any action. Like we couldn't vote on the plan on a work session.
Correct.
So just so people know, we can't vote on the plan, but we can have a more articulate path forward.
Did you have something to say, Dax?
Just more and more goes through my mind. So with the TIA, it's a historic facing college drivers.
Can the TIA actually?
Sure.
Can it go into that level if well, I guess the traffic flow would differentiate on the intersection. It would direct more to Quarry versus.
So I did, to address Steve's question, I think that's what you're asking about flipping the store, right? I did talk to Jeremy, and Jeremy, do you want to discuss sort of what your thoughts were if we flipped the store and the pumps?
Yeah, I think it's hard to know for sure without seeing how it would work. I didn't know, Dax, for delivery vehicles, your semis navigating the site, if that matters. I know also brought up before about making it pedestrian friendly from the front, from the sidewalk, in regards to the trail in the back. I think that was discussed a little bit too regarding where the building is relative to the pumps. If we are focusing our pedestrian access on the back side via a path like Ross suggested, I think all those need to go into it. But yeah, the idea was first brought up on Friday, was the first I heard of it. So I'd want to see some concepts if it's possible for Quickstar to lay that out.
Okay.
To speak to the motion to table.
Yeah, I would say we need to go to the motion for the table.
Just to speak to that, I think that it seems as if there's at least 4 votes on council saying this site plan is not acceptable, that it's a no to this site plan. So one way forward would be to vote on it tonight. And even if we table this, are we going to be voting on this site plan again in the future?
I don't know that.
Yeah,
So
okay,
I
okay,
would-
that's fine. I'm just asking the question because I didn't want to oppose it. I do, I personally obviously think we should stick with no as a simple answer. It's a complete sentence, but that's not where the council is. And I guess, if this is going to happen, I think we should make it as good as we possibly can. And this isn't it. So if you all think that a committee meeting is the best way to get there, let's do it.
I think of the 4 options that Travis laid out. We've got so many things I think that we want to put on contingencies on the plan. To come up with a list currently right now, I think would be very difficult. So I would be in favor of tabling it so that we can provide Quickstar with a list of contingencies that we want with that plan that they're agreeable to, so that we can then proceed on. I don't want to delay them any longer than we have to as well.
Okay, so we have the motion.
I just have a hard time knowing the contingencies until we do the traffic impact, because I don't know what that is.
You have a lot of questions, a lot of discussion. Nobody, you got somebody here, somebody there. And it seems like you've got a motion on the floor for tabling to pursue staff to.
Mayor, please use your mic.
Sorry about that. You got a motion on the floor to table it and for staff to pursue further. Tell me what the wordage is again, would you please?
Staff to initiate traffic impact analysis and to table this discussion further to a work session on Tuesday. One month a week, June 28th.
Okay.
At, does council want to say 5 o'clock? 5 o'clock even?
Can I make a friendly amendment in second? I would also like to use the words pedestrian. Traffic and pedestrian.
People are traffic, but I think that's good to drive the point home.
Okay. Any further discussions or questions on this motion?
I would have to make my kids skip his swim meet if we can't do it at 5:30. I'm willing to do that, but if there's no problem with 5:30, I'd much prefer it.
Oh, 5:30 is fine.
Thanks.
5:30?
Or find a babysitter, but it's really hard.
Okay. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none, roll call.
Neal.
Aye.
Luce.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Zittergruen.
Aye.
Hadley.
Aye.
Johnson.
No.
Chisel.
Okay.
I know some people are discouraged, but I do want to reiterate that this is a 3-acre site in the heart of Decorah. And I think we have an opportunity to do this right, and I wouldn't want to miss that. So.
Thank you very much.